from Arkansas's #1 trusted source for weather. This is a severe weather alert.
Alrighty, good evening, Arkansas. This is Chief Forecaster Cameron back here once again, here to give you guys tornado warning coverage up here in northern Arkansas at this current time. So we do have a tornado warning in place until 5:45 this evening. This is going to go for southeastern Randolph County and northeastern Lawrence County until 5:45. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Pocahontas, moving east at about 25 miles per hour here. So anyone in this area, they do need to take their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. So bear with me for just a second. We're going to go ahead and try to see if we can get this up on Facebook. We're having some difficulties on Facebook. YouTube, you guys are seeing this live and clear at this point, so we're just double checking and making sure at the time. YouTube, you're seeing this. Facebook, it's going to be coming up here in just a little bit here. Still coordinating with our developer about getting Facebook up at this point. But if you know anyone in this area, then you need to take their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. So there's a tornado warning at this current time. It's going to go right over Pocahontas, and it's going to continue to move out towards the east here. So we're going to have to put a track. Give me just 1 second. We're going to put a track of this storm here, and it's going to continue to move out towards the east at about 25 miles per hour. So if you know anyone in these areas, they do need to take their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. So I do believe we're now live on Facebook as well. The tornado warning coverage up here in northeastern Arkansas. Remember for just a second that we do have that up on Facebook at this point. So to repeat, we do now have a tornado warning up here in northeastern Arkansas. This is going to go for our folks in Pocahontas. If you know anyone in these areas that do need to take their tornado precautions immediately, this is going to go for southeastern Randolph County and northeastern Lawrence County at this current point. So, said before, there's the area of rotation. You can see it's clear as day just to the west of Pocahontas at this current time. If you know anyone in these areas, they need to take their tornado precautions immediately. And this is what we've been talking about throughout the day today, that the tornado threat was going to be a little bit higher than what we saw last night. Last night was more of a damaging wind threat. Tonight is going to be, today into this evening, is mainly going to be a tornado threat here. So we're going to go ahead and take you guys and put this on the track. I will clock at about 30 miles per hour. So we're going to talk about Pocahontas around 5:08, coming up within the next 6 minutes. Anyone in downtown Pocahontas, I know this is kind of last second, you definitely need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Also, Peach Orchard, we're talking around 4:42, and then over towards Lafayette right around 6 o'clock this evening here. And this should stay to the north and west of downtown Paragould. However, you definitely need to take your tornado precautions immediately if you know anyone in these areas here. So just double checking real quickly, guys, making sure that we are live both on Facebook and on YouTube. We're good to go. I'm seeing the numbers starting to climb up on Facebook at this point as well. So to repeat, for anyone that is just now tuning in, we do have a tornado warning in place. What I'm going to do for just a second, I'm going to get the counties up so that way folks can kind of get a realization on where we're at this current time here. So the tornado warning is going to go for Randolph County and Lawrence County. This is in Randolph County at this current time. It's going to make its way towards Southern Clay and also northern Greene County at this current time here. But if you know anyone in the Pocahontas area, they definitely need to take their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. So let's take a look at our debris indicator at this time. Right now, since it's on the edge of the radar, I'm not going to take these returns as 100% guaranteed because this is up here near the Little Rock's radar, at the very edge of Little Rock's radar, and then Memphis's radar is just to the south and east of here. So this area up here, you have a lot of elevation and stuff like that, so I'm not going to take these returns as 100% guaranteed. However, you definitely still need to take your tornado precautions immediately if you know anyone in these areas. But to repeat, we do have that tornado warning in place up here in far northeastern Arkansas, Randolph, going into Greene County, going into Clay County for the next 30 to 40 minutes here. Tornado warning is going to go until 5:45 this evening here. So let's take a look, just kind of statewide view to kind of give everybody a perspective of what's going on, because I know a lot of people are tuning in and trying to figure out where this tornado warning is at this point. This is in far northeastern Arkansas. This is near Pocahontas up here in northeast Arkansas, Randolph County. This is going to go into Clay and into Greene County within the next 20 to 30 minutes. Elsewhere across state, as of right now, we don't have much going on. However, I am starting to notice some showers and thunderstorms starting to develop all the way down to White County, down to the metro, and down into southwestern Arkansas. We do have that low-end tornado threat for today, and we also are going to have to watch potential damaging winds and also large hail here. And I do believe with these isolated cells, your tornado threat may be just a little bit higher today compared to the damaging wind threat that we dealt with last night here. And that's what we're going to have to keep an eye on at this point. So up here in northeastern Arkansas, as I mentioned before, Randolph County, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to uni outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. So there's new tornado warning. Let's talk about it real quickly. Tornado warning remains in effect until 5:45 this evening for southeastern Randolph County, east central Lawrence County. This is going to go into far northeastern Lawrence County. Anyone in College City, up here in far northern Lawrence County or southeastern Randolph County, definitely need to take your tornado precautions immediately. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Pocahontas, moving east at about 25 miles per hour. Quarter-size hail and the potential of a tornado as well. Let's go back to our rotation indicator at this point, and you can see it's clear as day. And we can draw this out for you guys on here. This is what we mean. Whenever you see those green and the red kind of combine as one, that is where that area of rotation is going to be at this current time here. So let's draw this out. Going to be right in here, right over Pocahontas at this point. Anyone in these areas, they do need to take their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to uni outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. So right at this moment, I'm not seeing any confirmed reports that this thing is on the ground. We double check on Twitter real quick, just making sure that everything is good. At this moment, there's nothing that's been reported in terms of it being on the ground or anything like that. However, we still need to watch this storm very, very closely. Regardless if it's radar indicated or not, you definitely need to take your tornado precautions immediately at this point. So Randolph County, northern Lawrence County at this point, going to continue to move out towards east at about 25 miles per hour. You can see with our rotation indicator, that is where the area of rotation is going to be. And if there were to be a tornado, it's going to be right here, right just to the east of Pocahontas, where you see that green and red kind of combined as one. That is where that tornado potential was going to be in southeastern Randolph County, northern Lawrence County, and this will eventually make its way into Greene County. The Delphine area, that's the western side of Greene County. Any one of these areas in the path of this storm, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to uni outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point here. So give me just 1 second, guys. We're going to switch this back over, get you guys a track real fast. And bear with me for just a second. There it is right here. What I'm going to do for just a second is I'm going to tilt this up just a nudge, because it is up here in the radar edge. So we're going to zoom this down. Going right over Pocahontas. You can see it's clear as day. Where the green and red combine as one, that is where you have that area of rotation. It's going to be right over Pocahontas. At this point, let's turn back on our rotation tool real fast, and you're going to see it right in here. That is where you're going to have that area of rotation, and that's going to continue to move out towards the east at about 25 miles per hour. So anyone in these areas, they do need to take their tornado precautions immediately. What we're going to do is we're going to put a track of this storm about 25 miles per hour. I'm going to move it about 25 miles per hour to the east. And this is going to go, like I said before, into northern Greene County at the current point. Let's go ahead and zoom this down even further. Let's get you guys some street names at this point of where this potential tornado is going to be. So give me just 1 second. We're going to get that information up for you guys. And I would not be shocked if that tornado warning gets extended to the west, not to the west, to the east, into Greene County at this point. So area of rotation at this time is going to be mainly over the Pocahontas area at the time. And it's going to continue to move out towards the east. I zoom this down just a nudge. That is going to be right over Highway 67 going northbound in Pocahontas. We also have these areas over here. That's going to be County Road 105. This is areas east of Pocahontas. This is now going over Pocahontas, downtown Pocahontas. And it's going to continue to move towards the east here. So that tornado warning still remains in effect. I do believe for our folks in Greene County, downstream from here, I do believe you will have an additional tornado warning. There is a lot of rotation with this storm, and we're going to continue to monitor it on both this side over here, and also we're going to monitor it on our other side over here. And I'm definitely seeing that at this point for our folks in southeastern Randolph County and northwestern Greene County. Northern Lafayette County, Still, take your tornado precautions. If you know anyone in College City, they definitely need to take their tornado precautions immediately. But I do believe, just based off of the trajectory of this storm, the tornadic part of the storm should miss the majority of Lawrence County. But I am concerned for our folks in northwestern Greene County and the far southwest Clay County up here and far northeastern Arkansas at the current time. So to repeat, we do have that tornado warning in place. It's going to go until 5:45 this evening. Anyone that's tuning in, this is in far northeastern Arkansas. This is not in central or southern or western or northwestern Arkansas. This is in northeastern Arkansas at this point. This does not include Jonesboro. This does not include any areas in Truman or anything like that. This is in Pocahontas going into Greene County. This is going to stay as of right now unless there is a turn to the southeast, north and west of the Perigo area at this point. So we're going to continue to monitor the situation very closely. And you can see with the latest scan how the green is becoming more and more brighter and the red is becoming brighter as well. The area of rotation is definitely getting going. What we're going to do for just a second is we're going to pull up our other radar, and you guys are going to see close on what this storm looks like from a 3D perspective here. So maybe for just a second, we're going to get this information up for you guys here. So we're going to switch this over. Give me just 1 second. We're going to switch this over to this. And there's the area of rotation right in here near the Pocahontas area. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a 3D look of this storm, and we're going to do just like this. And what we're going to do is I'm going to move this over. It's going to be the tornado table. And we're going to switch this over to this. It's going to be coming up here in just a second. And you guys are looking at the storm just kind of a perspective from the south. If you were looking at Walnut Ridge or just southeast of Pocahontas, you would see something like this. Wall cloud, pretty decent structures, definitely got the rotation ongoing, but I'm not seeing any indication that this thing, because you would see it kind of touch just under the 10,000 foot level if it was on the ground here. So this thing is definitely rotating at this point up here near the Pocahontas area at the time. It's something that we're just going to have to continue to monitor very closely. So we're going to go over to what's called our NOROC product. This is kind of our rotation product at this point. We're going to go back over to, give me 1 second, go back over here to this. And you guys are going to see it as the blue and the red. It's not as strong as you would normally see if this thing was on the ground. However, there is some signs of rotation in the Pocahontas area, just south of Pocahontas and just to the north of College City at this point. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this. Definitely showing signs of rotation. We can go back over to our velocity scan real fast. Right in here, just to the south of Pocahontas at this point. It also is producing 1-inch hail at this current time as well. But definitely showing this area of rotation right over here. I'm double checking everything at the time. I'm not seeing any sort of reports that this thing is on the ground or doing any damage or anything like that. But we're going to definitely keep an eye on this at this point. So maybe for just a second, go over here at this point. I'm not seeing anything in terms of reports that it's on the ground, which is amazing news. That's awesome. But definitely, if you're in Greene County, you definitely need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to you the outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. Now, this is coming in from Jason Hampton on Twitter. Definitely seeing an area of rotation. Definitely seeing what you guys just saw in a 3D view of that structure. There is definitely a wall cloud with this storm, so it can definitely produce a tornado at any given moment here. So this is definitely just to the south of Pocahontas at this current time. Jason, I do appreciate you getting that up on Twitter at this point. So I'm definitely seeing this area of rotation at this current time. We're going to kind of keep an eye on this at this point. Nothing's confirmed on the ground or anything like that, but this thing definitely has a wall cloud with it at this point. So we're going to go back over to our velocity scan real fast right in here. Let's take a look. Take a look at this for just a second. As I said before, this is our in-depth look or looking inside the storm. And this kind of matches up to Jason Hampton's photo that's on Twitter. You guys are seeing it clear as day. The wall cloud. On the far bottom edge of this, we can zoom this down as well. Just 1 second. There's going to be the wall cloud right in here. Okay, and then you can see the structure of the storm. There's your hail core in here. We can zoom this down and show you guys the hail core. So there's definitely 1-inch hail with this storm. But there's a wall cloud just to the south of the Pocahontas area, and this is going to continue to move off towards the east at about 45 miles per hour. So you can see over the last couple of scans how this storm is beginning to get itself organized, it could easily produce a brief tornado at any given moment. So something that we're going to monitor very, very closely. But to repeat, tornado warning still remains in effect for southeastern Randolph County, northern Lawrence County, and this may end up going into, and there it is. There's the new tornado warning that's just been issued. That's going to go for Greene County here. So give me just 1 second. We're going to get this information up for you guys. But a new tornado warning has been issued for our folks in Greene County. There it is. And let's take a look at this. Tornado warning remains in effect until 6 o'clock. And this does go for our folks in Paragould. So if you know anyone in Paragould, they need to take their tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to uni outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. So we're going to double check this at this time. If you guys have any photos or any videos or anything like that, you definitely need to make sure that you're being safe. If you want to send those photos and videos in, that's fine. But make sure that you're doing it safely, guys. If you're in the path of this storm, make sure that you are taking shelter. We want you guys to be safe. We like the photos and videos, but we want you guys to be safe in this. So keep this in mind at this point. But it's going to be just to the east and southeast of Pocahontas, moving into Greene County. So if you know anyone in Paragould, they need to take their tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to uni outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. So if you know anyone in the Paragould area, I want you guys to do me a favor. If you're on Facebook, share this live stream, guys. Let's get this information out. That way people are staying ahead of the storm. This is up here in northeastern Arkansas, in the Paragould area, and the Greene County area. So if you know anyone in these areas, they need to take their tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to uni outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this time. So there it is right here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the storm here. There's the reflectivity at this time. This is going to be east of Pocahontas. Pocahontas remaining sheltered for just a little bit longer, and this is going to continue to move off towards the east and now more towards the southeast at this point. Give me just 1 second here. East about 30 miles per hour going into the Greene County here. So we've been kind of telling you guys in Greene County, you definitely need to have been taking your tornado precautions. This is going to go for Oak Grove Heights, and this also does include or just to the west of Paragould now. So Paragould, if you're in Paragould or Oak Grove Heights, I know a lot of people are outside doing Father's Day activities, doing outside activities and stuff like that. Give them this heads up. Tell them, hey, this is what we've got going. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to uni outside as possible. And get to the lowest area of your home immediately. I want to stress that at this current time here. So, now we have reports of power outages in the Pocahontas area. Thank you, Michelle Anderson, for sending this in the Facebook chat. We have now reports of power outages in the Pocahontas area that may have been from this storm. So as I said before, folks, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to uni outside as possible. And get to the lowest area of your home immediately. I cannot stress that enough at this current point. So this is going to continue to move off towards the east at about 30 miles per hour. Let's go ahead and put a new track on this. Give me just 1 second. We're going to go back over to our rotation indicator right in here. Right in here. And I want to stress, with this being in far northern Arkansas, this is on the edge of Little Rock's radar. So you're going to see it look weaker because it's on the far edge of the Little Rock's radar. However, don't let your guard down in this area. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately at this point. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the storm. Let's go ahead and put a track. And I'm going to do a little bit more of a broader track at this point. It's going to be right through here. And we're going to take this more of an east direction at about 30 miles per hour. So this is going to go for our following folks. So it's going to be Oak Grove Heights. That's Paragould. That's also going to be O'Keene. Also Peach Oak Ridge up here. This is in northern Greene County. This is coming out of Randolph County going into northern Greene County. So anyone in these areas, they need to take their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to uni outside as possible. And get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. So Kim, I do appreciate you sending that in to me. Thank you for the report, by the way, coming out of the Pocahontas area of power outages at this current time. Let me double check and make sure that we're not missing anything in terms of reports. So just double checking everything. Right now, I'm not seeing anything. I'm going to go over to our Facebook for just a second. I do believe at this point I'm not seeing any other indications of this thing being on the ground. That doesn't mean squat. If you're dealing with a tornado warning, That doesn't mean anything if it's not on the ground or anything like that. Radar indicated means that it can produce a tornado at any given moment. So anyone in the Lawrence County area or Randolph County or in Greene County, you definitely need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unit outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. And now, I want to kind of reassure a lot of people that are tuning in from the Walnut Ridge area or Jonesboro or Lake City or Mississippi County. This is going to stay, as of right now, to your north. This is going to stay to your north and west if you're in Jonesboro or you're in Lake City or anything like that. I want everybody in northeastern Arkansas to be aware of additional storms that may get going, because if this storm can do it, the other storms that we have in Independence County and Sharp County and all these other storms that we're going to have to watch will be capable of producing these brief tornadoes. So keep that in mind, folks. I'm going to have to watch this very closely. I talked about this last night in the live stream with Derek, how today's tornado threat was going to be a bit higher than your damaging wind threat because you'll be dealing with more of these isolated spells. So Jonesboro, Lake City, you guys are perfectly fine right now. If you're in Craighead County, you're good at the moment. If this thing turns southeast, it will impact Craighead County. So be on guard, stand by. We're going to keep you guys updated. But in Greene County at the current time, you definitely need to take your tornado precautions. Paragould, you have about easily 35 to 40 minutes. Take the time now. Get yourself ready to go just in case this storm does impact downtown Paragould. Get away from the windows, get away from the exterior walls, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. That's the biggest thing I want to stress to you guys right now. If you're in Greene County or you're in Paragould, you need to watch the storm very, very closely here. So make sure that you are taking your tornado precautions immediately at this point. So, to repeat, anybody that's just now tuning in, tornado warning for western Greene County until 6 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over O'Keene, or 7 miles northeast of Walnut Ridge, moving east at about 35 miles per hour. So I need to update the track just a little bit. Tornado, and now the potential of half-dollar size hail. And you can see the hail size is starting to increase as the storm's coming out of Randolph County and going into northwestern Greene County at this point. As a matter of fact, we can take a look at our hail tracker for just a second. You guys are going to see upwards to about quarter-size hail should be popping up here in just a little bit, coming out of Randolph County and going into Greene County. So if you know anyone in these areas, they definitely need to take their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unit outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. And so I want to kind of stress this right now. Anyone in Greene County at this point, if you do not know there's a tornado warning by now, there is a tornado warning. If you're outdoors, if you're doing any Father's Day activities outside, you need to come inside. You need to get away from the windows. You need to put as many walls between yourself and this storm as possible here. So keep that in mind, folks. We want you guys to be safe. And also, if you're planning on sending pictures or videos or stuff like that, that is awesome. We really do appreciate it because we can send that information in. But we want you guys to be safe while doing this, guys. Okay, so give me just 1 second. We're gonna switch over to the. I do believe there's a radar close by. There's Memphis, and I know there was one in the Paducah area. I'm going to use Memphis. I think Memphis may be a little bit better in terms of looking at this thing versus Little Rock. So we're going to take a look at that. It's going to be coming up here in just a second, and should be coming up here in a little bit. You guys are going to see a little bit better of a visual on this because this is close by to Memphis's radar. So we're going to go back to this. There's a storm right in here, coming right over O'Keene at Point Delphine as well. This is going to move into northwestern Greene County, and then it's going to move into Greene County fully, and it's going to impact those in Oak Grove Heights and Paragould. Paragould, you definitely need to take your tornado precautions. At first, this looked like it was going to go to the north and west of Paragould. Now it has kind of made that southeast jog, and I told you that may happen. Paragould, you definitely need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Marmaduke over here on the far eastern side of your screen, east side, on the far right side of your screen, excuse me. Right over here, you're going to have to watch it. I do believe the majority of the tornadic part of the storm, which I can show you guys here closely, I do believe that tornadic part of the storm is going to miss you guys just to the south and west. I wouldn't bank on that. If you're in Greene County, in the general area of Greene County at this point, that's Marmaduke, that's Oak Grove Heights, and also the Paragould area, definitely take your tornado precautions immediately here. Now, we're looking at the storm. You can see it's clear as day. There's the area of rotation. Let's go ahead and draw this out for you guys over here. Area of rotation is going to be just to the south of the Delphine area here, coming into northwestern Greene County, coming out of Randolph County, coming into northwestern Greene County. And it's going to be moving into Greene County within the next 5 to 15 minutes here. So Oak Grove Heights, definitely need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Oak Grove over here, you have about 30 minutes. Paragould, there's your time. There's your time of arrival. 34 minutes in counting for our folks over here in the Paragould area. And you can see it beginning to count down at this point. So Paragould, you have 30 minutes. Use that time wisely. Use that time wisely. I want to stress that right now. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to unity outside as possible and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. I cannot stress that enough at this current time here. So this is going to be just to the south and west of the Delphine area. Moving to the east, Oak Grove Heights, Paragould. Take your tornado precautions immediately. It's going to be in Paragould within the next 34 minutes. You can see it counting down on the screen. I'm going to leave it there so you guys kind of get a visual on where this is going at this point. And while that is going, we're going to go ahead and kind of switch this over to see if I'm seeing any kind of reports or anything like that. Kim, I do appreciate you sending that in at this point. So let's take a look at this. Sirens are now going off in the Paragould area, and for the right reason. That is the best thing. Like I said before, tornado warning. There's your area of rotation coming into northwestern Greene County. Oak Grove Heights, Paragould. Take your tornado precautions immediately. The area of rotation is not as tight as it was when it was near the Pocahontas area. That doesn't mean anything. Whenever you're dealing with tornadoes, they will typically do this. And we've seen this time and time again with the Jonesboro tornado, with the Little Rock tornado, with the Rolling Fork tornado. These tornadoes, they go through this moment of weakness when they start to kind of get themselves going. And then, once they do, they really intensify, and they can intensify very quickly. So keep this in mind. If you're in northwestern Greene County, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to unity outside as possible and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. So there's the area of rotation. We're going to put a track, and it's going to take it like so forth. I put it about 30 miles per hour. So Oak Grove Heights, 5:59. Paragould, just at the top of the hour. And Cardwell. Cardwell is going to be on the Missouri Boot Hill. Take your tornado precautions immediately. I want to stress this right now. My folks in Jonesboro, I know anxiety is through the roof right now because you're seeing this tornado warning. You're thinking it's coming down in Jonesboro. This is going to stay, as of right now, north of the Craighead County area. This is going to mainly impact our folks in Greene County, and I would not be surprised if it does eventually, if it holds together, impact our folks down in Mississippi County. However, in Craighead County, the Brooklyn area, the Lake City area, the Jonesboro area, the Bono area, you are good at this point. But anyone in Greene County, Oak Grove Heights, the Paragould area, Cardwell, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. Paragould, there's your countdown right at this point. Oak Grove Heights, there's your countdown. 30 minutes to impact. That's where your area of rotation is going to be. Just to the east of O'Keene, just south of Delphine, moving east at about 30 miles per hour. As a matter of fact, 35 miles per hour now. So take your tornado precautions immediately at this point. Give me just 1 second. Thank you, Kim, for sending that in. Let me see here. I got the other report from Michelle. This one, the report that was coming out of, this is Renata. This was the sirens going off in the Paragould area, like I said before. Perfect. Thank you, guys. Like I said before, for seeing this reports in at this time. If you're hearing the sirens, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. That's the biggest thing I want to stress to you guys at this point. Make sure you take your tornado precautions. Also, I got people over here that work for emergency management. I'm working with them at this time, getting reports. So at this point, let me see here. Let's see. I think right now I'm not seeing anything in terms of confirmed damage or anything like that, which is amazing news. Let me double check on Twitter at this time and make sure that I'm not seeing anything missing over here. So at this point, let me see. Okay, so there's tornado warning storm. Thank you, Jason, for sending this in. If we hear any reports or anything like that of damage, we're gonna let you guys know. There was definitely a wall cloud earlier on. This was Jason Hampton on Twitter. Definitely a wall cloud in the Randolph County area. That was when it was near Pocahontas earlier on. So I haven't heard anything since then. Give me just 1 second. I'm not seeing anything at this point of damage, which is amazing news. That's awesome. But if you know anyone in Greene County, seek shelter immediately. That's the biggest thing we're urging right now. That's going to go for the Oak Grove Heights, Paragould, and then Cardwell. Cardwell is on the Missouri Boot Hills, just on the outside of Arkansas. But we're still going to treat you guys just like you were here in Arkansas. If you're on the Missouri Boot Hill at this point, take your tornado precautions immediately at this current time. We're going to kind of zoom this out, kind of give you guys a perspective of what we're looking at. So there's the area of rotation right in here. The Paragould area, the Oak Grove Heights, Cardwell, take your tornado precautions. And I will say, my folks in Mississippi County, the Leachville area, monitor this storm very closely. You're not in a tornado warning as of yet, okay? But you are on the you're near the polygon of our timeline. So the Leachville area, which is in far northwestern Mississippi County, also the Blytheville area, the Minerva area, this is going to be over here in Mississippi County. Watch this storm very closely. The environment that is in place today is capable of producing brief tornadoes. So keep that in mind. This is not going to decrease or anything like that as it continues to move out towards the east. As a matter of fact, as the environment gets better and better and better, as the atmosphere is overturning from last night, this storm may actually continue to intensify more and more and more. So Greene County, Paragould, Oak Grove Heights, the Cardwell area, take your tornado precautions immediately. And I will say the Blytheville area, the Leachville area up here in northern Mississippi County, watch this storm closely. I would have in my back of my mind, a proactive mind, is, hey, we've got a tornado warning storm just to our northwest. We have the time right now. As a matter of fact, on the edge of the tornado warning, we have about 50 minutes before it comes into Mississippi County. So use that 50 minutes wisely. Okay, you're outside of the tornado polygon. You can see this is the kind of heads up that we give you guys. We give you guys that extra 20 to 40 minute heads up. That way, if you're in northwestern Mississippi County or far northeastern Craighead County, this does not include Jonesboro or Lake City, these areas up here, in the Leachville area, the Blytheville area, you have about 50 minutes. Use that time wisely. Watch the storm, watch the progression of the storm, and act quickly if an additional tornado warning does get issued. And I do believe if it does, it's going to include the rest of Greene County, maybe the far northeastern corner of Craighead County, and it's going to include northern Mississippi County, northwestern Mississippi County. That's the Leachville area, that's towards Blytheville, etc. So anyone in these areas, they need to take their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls and unit outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. So right now, as I mentioned before, I'm not seeing any sort of reports, which is amazing news. Let me double check and make sure. I'm not seeing anything in terms of reports right now, but we're going to monitor this very, very closely at this point. But anyone in these areas, they definitely need to take their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to any outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. So what we're going to do is we're going to zoom this down. Give me just 1 second. We're going to zoom this down even further. It's going to be right over Green Road 223. That's just to the east of O'Keene. It says west and northwest of Oak Grove Heights and the Paragould area. Any one of these areas, they need to take their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to any outside as possible, get to the lowest area of your home immediately. Here. So to repeat, we are monitoring this storm. We have a tornado warning in northeastern Arkansas. As a matter of fact, if you bear me for just a second, we're going to get this up on Facebook in case someone is missing this information at this current time. But we do have a tornado warning storm in this area. So right now, as a matter of fact, I do believe the stream on Facebook is working perfectly compared to last night. Shout out to Rich, our developer, for getting that fixed for us in such short notice. But we do have a tornado warning. This is going to go. Let's see if we can zoom this out. Tornado warning is going to go for Greene County at this point. Give me 1 second. Tornado warning for Greene County. And until that's going to be until 6 o'clock. Until 6 p.m. 5 going over. Okay. All right. So we're getting this up on Facebook at this point just in case someone was missing that information. But at this time, like so forth, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to unity outside as possible. and get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. Now, this is the latest track and also the latest information that we've got. You can see what the area of rotation is. Definitely getting itself its act together at this point. Let's go back over to our base reflectivity, and you're looking at this, and you're seeing this on a basic radar, and you're thinking, where in the world is this potential tornado going to be in this mess? And it's going to be just south of the Delphine area, and it's going to be just to the west of Oak Grove Heights, and also to the west and northwest of the Paragould area. So that is where the area of rotation is going to be. It's within this cluster of storms that is continuing to move into northeastern Arkansas. Now, let's take a look at something else. This is going to be our hail tracker. It's going to be coming up here in just a little bit. And now you see quarter-size upwards to lime-sized hail in western Greene County. That's going to continue to move on towards the east. What I'm going to do for you guys for just a moment, we're going to put a new track of the storm here, and it's going to continue to move towards the east. I will clock it at about 35 miles per hour to give you guys a little bit of a heads up. Oak Grove Heights, 5:53. Your time is rapidly falling in the Oak Grove Heights area. Paragould is going to be a little bit faster now. It's going to be right around that 5:56 time frame here just before the top of the hour. Cardwell, a little bit after the top of the hour, around 6:15. And then the Hornsville area, that is along the Missouri Boot Hill, that's going to be right around that 6:20, 6:30 time frame. And Leachville and also towards Blytheville, we're going to have to watch this storm very, very closely. Let's take a look at this real fast. There's going to be the track. Right now, I do believe for our folks in Jonesboro, I know there's a lot of weary folks in Jonesboro right now trying to figure out what's going on in terms of the tornado warning and everything like that. This is staying north of Jonesboro. I want to reassure everyone that is in Jonesboro, this is going to stay north of Jonesboro. This is not going to impact downtown Jonesboro or Brooklyn or the Lake City area or anywhere in Craighead County. Maybe that far northeast corner of Craighead County. Right in here, we can zoom this down just a little bit further towards Paragould area and towards Leachville. However, like I mentioned before, this is not going to impact Jonesboro or the Craighead County area. So keep that in mind at this time. I'm very concerned for Greene County. I'm very concerned for our folks in Mississippi County or any interest in the Missouri Boot Hill. But this is not going to impact downtown Jonesboro. I'm going to make that perfectly clear at this point because I'm seeing a lot of people getting concerned about the Jonesboro area, and I do appreciate the concern, but this is not going to impact the Jonesboro area at all. This is going to stay north and west of Jonesboro, but I'm very concerned for my folks in the Paragould area. Paragould, it will definitely impact you within the next, I would say this is around 5:37 now, within the next 15 to 20 minutes. So any outdoor activities you've got right now is going to have to come to a halt. You've got to get away from the windows, get away from the exterior walls, and put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. If you are traveling right now, with it being Father's Day, travel is probably not as widespread as it would normally be on a Sunday evening. If you are traveling though, find a gas station, find a restaurant, find a sturdy building that can be a grocery store, anything like that, because you do not want to be on the roadways when you're dealing with a tornado at this point. So at this time, like I mentioned before, Paragould is going to be around 6 o'clock. But if you are in a mobile home up here, the biggest thing is if you're in a mobile home, you've got to make sure that you find a sturdy shelter. Paragould, you have the time right now. Oak Grove Heights, have the time right now. Use that time wisely. Go to a gas station, go to a grocery store, go to a local business that has a sturdy shelter because you're not going to be safe in a mobile home. You're going to be much safer in a sturdier building than you are in a mobile home. If those options are not available to you or they're more than 20 minutes away, what I want you to do if you're in a mobile home, get you a mattress, something sturdy to protect yourself, put it over your head. It's going to get a little rough for a little bit as the storm passes through. But that is if those other options are not available. I want to make that perfectly clear. I want those options to be number one and priority number one. But if that is not possible or the closest building is 30 plus minutes away, I want you to find something sturdy to put over your head and make sure that you are hunkered down because it's going to come into Oak Grove Heights in the Paragould area within the next 20 minutes or so at this current time here. So I'm just double checking everything at this point. So for Kim, I do appreciate you sending that information in at this current time. If you let me know of anything, let me know. At this point, I'm not seeing anything. Let me see if I can go over here. Not seeing anything at this current time. Let's go over to our Twitter at this time here. Give me just 1 second. Also, one more thing, and I know there's a lot of people that are tuning into this as well. We still have a considerable amount of people out of power right now at this point. We still are sitting at about 45,559 people without power. So, I want to stress this. If a tornado warning gets issued and you do not have power and you're listening to me, make sure that you're seeking shelter, okay? That's the biggest thing I want to stress to you guys right now. If you know someone that doesn't have power and you're really close by to them, give them a heads up saying, hey, this is something that we're going to have to watch. I know a lot of areas are still cleaning up from last night's intense storms that came through the area here. So there's the area of rotation coming into central Greene County at the current time. Paragould and also Oak Grove Heights, take tornado precautions now. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. And now, I'm looking at this, and I'm going to look at this on our other rotation, on our other product over here. So maybe for just a second. And we're going to go over to the correlation coefficient here. And first and foremost, I want to stress this right now. This is producing a lot of hail. I mean, there's a new warning. This is producing almost 2-inch diameter hail. Now, like I mentioned before, this is just following our path. Paragould, you are now officially under a tornado warning. You've been under the gun for the last 20 minutes. We've been talking, guys, about that for the last 20 minutes or so. The Cardwell area, this is following basically our track. So Paragould, Oak Grove Heights, Cardwell, the Hornsville area, that's going to be along the Mississippi, the Missouri, Boot Hill, and also the northwestern portions of Mississippi County. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. I want to stress this right now. We're going to zoom this out, kind of give everybody a perspective of where these storms are at the point. This is in northeastern Arkansas. This is not including central. This is not including west or southern Arkansas or northwest Arkansas or anything like that. This is for our folks in far northeastern Arkansas. This is Clay in Greene County. I want to reassure everyone at this point. I know we just got to dealing with organized, widespread severe weather last night. We're dealing with it once again for our folks up here in northeastern Arkansas this time around. But for central or western Arkansas or anything like that, you guys, as of right now, we're not seeing anything on the board. But at this point, we're going to have to watch folks up here in Greene County at this current point. Also, what I'm going to do for just a second, let's go over to our hail size here. And this is where it's becoming a problem now. Now you're starting to see that darker purple and kind of going into that red. Now you're starting to see lime-sized hail, maybe as high as apple-sized hail that is 2 to 3 inch in diameter hail with the storm. So not only the potential of a tornado, now you're going to have to watch for the potential of hail up here in the Oak Grove Heights and the Paragould area. So anyone in these areas, they need to take their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to unity outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point here. So tornado warning remains in effect until 6:30 for Oak Grove Heights, the Marmaduke area, the Cardwell area, and also Paragould. Take your tornado precautions now, guys. I want to stress that at this point. So Kim, I do appreciate you for sending this information in at this time. I'm a storm spotter that got real good pictures on Highway 412 and Highway 67 when the storm went through. That is going to be Dwayne August. Dwayne, if you could do me a big favor, send those photos in to Facebook, and we'll get your photos up on air as soon as possible here. So if you're listening to me, you're a storm spotter up there, you can get that information to us on Facebook or through email, and we'll get that up for you guys at this point. So like I said before, take your tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. Kim, thank you so much for sending these reports in at this point. I'm not seeing anything, and I'm going to double check Twitter at this current time. I'm not seeing anything in terms of reports or anything like that of it being on the ground. However, that doesn't mean anything. Take your tornado precautions immediately, guys. I cannot stress that enough at this point. So, let's take a look at the storm here. There's your hail tracker at this time. Not only the potential for tornado, but also large hail. Large hail is becoming, we dealt with it on last Wednesday. Now we're dealing with it again on Sunday evening. It's going to go into Oak Grove Heights and into the Paragould area. So any one of these areas, they need to take their tornado precautions immediately here. Now, let's go back over to our rotation indicator at this time. What I'm noticing here is that the area of rotation is becoming more defined. You guys are seeing this scan and in real time. And you can see just to the west of Oak Grove Heights, just to the west and northwest of Paragould, there's an area of rotation. Right now, as I mentioned before, nothing has been confirmed on the ground or anything like that, which is amazing news, but that doesn't mean anything. You still need to take your tornado precautions. That's the number one thing I want to stress to you guys right now. And what do I mean about taking those tornado precautions? So this is what I mean when I say that. That is getting away from windows, that is getting away from the exterior walls, and that's putting as many walls between yourself and the potential tornado as possible. If you are in a mobile home, Paragould, I've been stressing this for the last 20 minutes. If you are in a mobile home, find a much sturdier shelter if it is close by. If it's not close by, then what we're going to end up doing is you're going to remain in the mobile home. You're going to find you a helmet, a mattress, something sturdy to protect your head, because during tornado events, head trauma always is the leading cause of injuries or deaths in tornado situations. So you want to make sure that you are protecting yourself at the point. If you have a ditch outside of that mobile home, that will be suitable as well. But if it's a last case scenario, you have none of those options are available except for the mobile home, make sure that you have something to protect your head at the curb point. I just want to stress that right now. If you are traveling right now, going from Paragould, as a matter of fact, we can pull up some of these roads at this point. So give me just 1 second, and we can get these roads up at this time here. So if you are traveling at this point, and this is going to go for our folks right through here, that's going to be Highway 34 over here. Take your tornado precautions immediately. If you're traveling right now, what you need to do is you need to find a sturdy building at this point. You can see with the latest scan, there's your area of rotation as clear as day at this point. So take your tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to any outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point here. So give me just 1 second. We're going to take a look at this at this point. Give me just 1 second here. We're going to do this. And I'm going to keep it at the time here. I was going to switch over to the minutes. As a matter of fact, let's do that. Let's switch over just to the minutes just for a little bit so you guys kind of get a perspective on when these storms are going to be incoming in towards the area here, okay? So if you know anyone that is in Oak Grove Heights, you have about 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes to seek your tornado precautions immediately. So make sure that you are taking your tornado precautions down. Let's zoom this down. It's going to be right there on Highway 34 at this point. This is north and west of Oak Grove Heights. You have this broad area of rotation at this point. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to any outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. The area of rotation as it stands right now is over Blue Hill Road. That is just to the north of Highway 34 going westbound. At this point, this is west and northwest of Paragould and the Oak Grove Heights. You know, anyone in these areas, they need to take tornado precautions immediately. Anyone that is traveling on 49 right now, going westbound, make sure that you are finding a gas station, you are finding a grocery store, a restaurant, something sturdy. Take your tornado precautions. That's the biggest thing. You do not want to be traveling. You do not want to be in a vehicle if you're dealing with tornado warning. If you're dealing with a tornado warning at this point. So let's see here. So before, I'm not seeing any sort of any reports, which is amazing news at this current time. Like I mentioned before, we're going to continue to monitor the situation closely. Tornado warning remains in effect for Greene, Dunklin. Dunklin County is on the Missouri Boot Hill, by the way, and Craighead County is going to go until 6:30 this evening. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to any outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a look at a product we haven't used in just a little bit of time, and that's going to be our gate-to-gate shear. So it's going to be coming up here in just a little bit, and it's going to be right in there, right there on Highway 34 at this point. Where you see those bright reds and the greens, that is where you're going to have to watch for that tornado potential. So right now, this is not the most organized structure that I've seen with tornadoes. You know, this is not as, as tight as it normally would be if you were talking about a significant tornado or anything like that, but it doesn't mean anything, folks. It still can produce a brief tornado at any given moment. So take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to any outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point here. Okay, so now we're going to zoom this out, like I said, to kind of put some perspective of where this tornado warning is. There's a lot of people tuning in from the Little Rock area, from Central Arkansas, West Arkansas, or Southern Arkansas. This is in far northwestern Arkansas. This is north of Jonesboro. I want to kind of reassure you guys that in Jonesboro, this is not going to impact you guys in Jonesboro at this point unless there is a significant shift to the south and east. This is not going to affect our folks in Jonesboro. But I'm very concerned for our folks in Paragould. I'm very concerned for our folks in Oak Grove Heights. I'm also concerned for our folks in Leechville. Leechville, this is headed in your direction. This is going to go for the Cardwell area and also the Hornetsville area and also the Leechville area. This is going to impact our folks up here in northeastern Arkansas. So take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to the outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. I want to stress to you guys at this current time. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Let's go forward. There's your area of rotation. It's going to be right in here. We're going to go back over to our rotation indicator at this point, and there it is, folks. That's clear as day. So before the radar's kind of clearing itself up, but it's going to be right there on Highway 34 at this point. It's going to continue to move off towards the east at about 35 miles per hour. Oak Grove Heights is going to be on top of you in the next couple of minutes. Nothing is confirmed. However, I want you to hunker down. I want you to get to that center, lowest portion of your home, put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible, and it's going to move over your area within the next minute or so. Paragould, you have 5 minutes. Okay, I do believe the area of rotation itself is going to stay to your north, but I'm not going to say it's an all clear in Paragould, it's all over. We're not going to do that. We're going to let you guys stay in your tornado safe place, and we're going to ride the storm out until it is pushed through the area, and then you'll be okay. But in Paragould, I know sirens are going off. You need to take your tornado precautions. Marmaduke, you need to take your tornado precautions as well. Any interest on Highway 135 at this point needs to find shelter. That is a gas station, a grocery store, a restaurant, or anything like that. You definitely need to take your tornado precautions. Also, this is going to go for Highway 49 going northbound out of the Paragould area, going towards Rector and going up into the Piggott area in far northeastern Arkansas. Tornado precautions immediately, guys. If you're out traveling right now, you need to find a sturdy building. You do not want to be in a vehicle. If you cannot find a sturdy vehicle, what I want you to do, find a ditch or anything like that, or attempt, since the storm is moving at about 30 miles per hour, attempt to get to Rector. If you're in Marmaduke, you can get to Rector or something like that. If you're on the far northern edge of this storm, try to get there. But the biggest thing I want to stress to you guys is you do not want to be in a vehicle if you're dealing with this system here. So we're going to put a new track on this storm. So your area of rotation is going to be right in here. We're going to put a new track. I'm going to clock you about 35 miles per hour at this point. This is going to go for Cardwell. Cardwell is going to be on top of you for less than 20 minutes. The Dosdale area, and now Blytheville is on my track now. Blytheville, you're not even in the tornado warning right now. You're sitting high and pretty right now. You're not even in the warning polygon, but you are on our track. This is our first alert track. I love using this tool because it gives people more time to react whenever you're dealing with tornado warning coverage, guys. So keep this in mind. We're going to have to watch you guys very closely. Take tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to you and the outside as possible. And get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point here. Okay, so just double checking everything at this current time. Right now, I'm not seeing any certain public reports or anything like that. We're going to go over to this at this point. And I said before, folks, if you have any photos, if you can take them safely, if you have any photos or videos or anything like that up here in northeastern Arkansas, or if you're away from the storm, if you have any photos or videos, feel free to send that in. We'll get it up on air. But we want you guys to be safe. We don't want anyone in the path of this storm trying to go out for photos, trying to go out for videos or anything like that. We want you guys to be safe whenever we're dealing with these situations here, okay? So keep that in mind. The Oak Grove Heights, the Marmaduke area, the Paragould area, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls from you outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point, okay? So as I mentioned before, something that we're going to continue to monitor. Paragould area. Paragould, you need to stay where you are, okay? What I'm going to do, I do believe the northern part of that storm, we're going to go back over to our rotation indicator at this time. Right here. Okay? That's where your area of rotation is going to be. It's going to go right over Oak Grove Heights. At this point in time, I do believe the area of rotation itself is going to miss downtown Paragould. However, I don't want anyone getting out of their shelters in the Paragould area. We want to stay where we are. We want you guys to hunker down, stay where you are, and let this storm pass over you before you go out and resume whatever you were doing. Keep that in mind, okay? Oak Grove Heights, same thing. Cardwell, tornado precautions meeting, get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. Also, Gosnell and also Blytheville. Blytheville, you have 50 minutes. You've got time. Use that 50 minutes wisely. Don't let that 50 minutes be like, hey, I'm going to let this storm get a little closer before I do anything. I don't want to react too early. Whenever you're dealing with a tornado situation, if you're downstream and you have that time, and you know for a fact that this storm is going to move over that vicinity within that time frame, use that time. Don't wait until the last possible second to seek shelter because it gets chaotic. Because if you have kids, or you have pets, or anything like that, you've got to get them in a shelter. You've got to make sure yourself is good. You got to make sure your surroundings are good to go. Use that 50 minutes. Use that 50 minutes. Use all the time you can. That way, you're staying ahead of the storm. If it weakens before it gets to you, you're prepared. However, if it strengthens before it gets to you, you're already ready to go. So Oak Grove Heights, this should, like I said before, stay north of Paragould. Paragould, I want you to stay where you are. Stay where you are. Don't travel at this point. Let this storm pass over you, and then you can resume. Cardwell, that is going to be on the Missouri Boot Hill at this point. That's going to be right there on 412. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. Now, we got a new scan coming up, like I mentioned before, and this is something that we like to see whenever we're dealing with these tornado warning storms. The area of rotation is not as defined as it was when it was near Pocahontas earlier on when we had that wall cloud. That doesn't mean anything. These types of storms like to cycle. They will go under a period of time where there's not much, and then they will start to re-strengthen itself. If you're in this polygon, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to any outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point here. So, what we're going to do, we're going to check Twitter for just a second, like so before. Just double checking everything at this current time. Right now, so far, just looking at everything, I'm looking at these storms moving in, and I'm definitely seeing that wall cloud from earlier on here. So those storms moving in from the Paragould area, definitely seeing that structure at this point via Twitter at this current time. So we're monitoring this storm very closely, still lowering on this storm. So take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately here at this point here. Okay, so we do have a wall cloud. We had a wall cloud that did pass over the area. Right now, like I mentioned before, we're still working on trying to get any information of this storm on the ground or anything like that. Right now, I'm not hearing anything on my side, which is awesome news. But we're going to continue to monitor the situation very closely. So anyone in these areas, they do need to take their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at the point. This is including Greene County. This is not including our folks in Central or in Southern Arkansas or anything like that. You definitely take your tornado precautions immediately. And now, I will say this. Let's take a look at this storm here. As you can see with the latest scan, a new area of rotation is starting to get going right in here. We were watching this area. It may have handed off this area of rotation back here on Highway 135 at this point. So we're going to continue to monitor this. It's starting to show areas of rotation. Anyone in this polygon, that's Paragould, Oak Grove Heights, Cardwell, Leachville. Leachville, you're on the very edge of the tornado warning polygon at this point. Take tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point here. So right now, I'm not seeing any sort of reports. I'm going to double check and make sure. I'm going to pull up the comments and stuff on Facebook to see if I'm not missing anything at this current time here, because we do have this storm ongoing up here in northeastern Arkansas at this current time. Let me see here. I'm going over everything at this point. So let's see here. I'm going to go over the comments real fast. So right now, as I said before, not seeing anything at this current time. Southwest Arkansas is good to go. Like I said before, I want to reassure everybody in central and southern and southwest Arkansas, you guys are good to go at this point. This is not affecting Little Rock or southwest Arkansas or west Arkansas or anything like that. This is in far northeastern Arkansas at the current time here. So anyone in these areas, they need to take their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point here. Okay, so we're going to put a rotation track here. It's going to be right in there, just to the north of Oak Grove Heights. We got a new scan coming in, and you guys are going to see it. Right in here. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. This is what we're stressing you guys at this point here. Okay, so Paragould, this is going to pass just to your north. It should stay in the Marmaduke and the Cardwell area as well. If there are issues, make sure that you go follow us on YouTube. We should have countered the issues on Facebook here. I'm not sure what's going on. Everything looks fine on my end. It may be because there's a lot of data issues going on across the state. I'm not seeing any issues on Facebook on our end, so we should be fine. We did downgrade it from the stream that we had earlier on, so we should be good to go on Facebook. If you're having issues, make sure that you are backing out of Facebook and you come back in at this point. So anyone in these areas, they need to take their tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point here. Okay, so give me just 1 second. I will double check, just kind of looking over the comments at this current point. Let me see here. We'll go over this real fast. Right now, so far, I'm not seeing any sort of reports that this thing is on the ground. Also, thank you guys for sharing this out in terms of getting this out for our folks up here in northeastern Arkansas. I want to reassure everybody. I want to make sure everyone knows this. This is in northeast Arkansas. This is not in Crossett. This is not in Little Rock. This is not in El Dorado. This is not in Texarkana or any of these areas that we've seen severe weather over the last couple of days. This is in far northeastern Arkansas. What I'm going to do, I'm going to zoom this out, and we'll show you guys a perspective of where this is at, okay? This is in northeastern Arkansas. This is not, I want to make this a million times clear, this is not including central or southwest or southern Arkansas, or northern or northwestern Arkansas. This is why we stress to you guys all the time. You got to know where your counties are. You got to know where your cities are, okay? That's the biggest thing I want to stress to you guys right now. This is for our folks in Greene County, far northeastern Arkansas, along the Missouri Boot Hill at this current point here. So this is not including anywhere in Little Rock or anything like that. As a matter of fact, what we can do is we can go back over to our radar and kind of show you what's going on. This is where your tornado warning is at this point. Nowhere else has any warnings across the state at this current time. I want to kind of reassure you guys that at this point, this is going to be in far northeastern Arkansas. So we're going to go back up here. This is Jonesboro. Jonesboro is in northeast Arkansas, Craighead County, up here in Greene County. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. So we're going to take this off. I'm looking at Facebook right now, just looking at the stream. I'm not seeing any issues on our side with Facebook. If you guys are having issues, I know there's a lot of data issues going on right now across the state. If you're having those issues, you may want to back out, come back in. On my end, on our end from last night I saw the buffering. Tonight I don't. So I don't know what's going on with that. But if you are having issues, you may want to come out of Facebook and then come back in here. Okay, so we're going to go back over to our rotation indicator, kind of show you guys where the tornado warning is, where the tornado possible, where the tornado would be possible. It's going to be right there coming along highway, I do believe that's Highway 49 over here going northbound out of the Paragould going towards Marmaduke. There's area of rotation. It's going to go right into the Missouri Boot Hill, and then it's going to include our folks in Mississippi County. So what we're going to do, yes, this is going to go into the Missouri Boot Hill. Once this gets out of Greene County, this is going to go in the Missouri Boot Hill. However, I am going to stay live on this storm just to be on the safe side for our folks in Mississippi County and for our folks on the Missouri Boot Hill. This is a little bit outside of our coverage area, but we're going to give you guys that coverage along the Missouri Boot Hill at this point, because this is still a tornado warning storm. It's still going to get its act together as it continues to move out towards the east. So we're going to continue to monitor the situation very closely. Paragould, at this point, it is storming in the Paragould area. Let's take a look at the radar for just a second. You got thunderstorms moving in. It's going to get windy. It's going to get loud. You're going to have the potential of hail. Wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour with the storm, and you're going to have to watch for the potential of a tornado. This is going to go right over Highway 49 going northbound, and this is going to continue to move into the Missouri Boot Hill. So if you know anyone in these areas, they need to take their tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point here. Okay, so I want to stress this right now. Let's zoom this out. Truman, this is north. This is well to the north of Truman area. This is in Greene County going into Mississippi County. Osceola, this is going to stay to your north and to your west unless this thing decides to take a track. Let's see if we can get this our marker up. Unless it decides to take a track just like this. Okay, that is the only way it's going to impact our folks down there in Osceola. Now, the Blytheville area, I would definitely keep an eye on the storm as it continues to move off towards the east, towards the Cardwell area at the point, and it's going to go towards the Blytheville area, and any interest on Highway 61 at this point here. Also, for our folks on Interstate 55 as well, coming out of Mississippi County, going into Missouri. So keep this in mind, folks. Like I mentioned before, take your tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. So let's go back over to our hail tracker at this current time. You guys are going to see as clear as day. It's going to be coming up here in just a little bit. I do believe we have some quarter-size hail that we were detecting earlier on. I don't know if we're still seeing any hail being depicted at this point. Give me just 1 second here. We get this up and going. Not seeing any. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not seeing anything right now with that. Let's go back over to our rotation indicator here. It's going to be coming up here in just a little bit. I believe we were getting new scan. That's why we weren't seeing anything. So right in there, Highway 49 just crossed over 49. Going to continue to move towards the Cardwell area and towards the Hornersville area. Anyone that is traveling on the following areas, that's going to be Highway 412. This is going to be Highway 164. Highway 108, Highway 119, Highway 181, and also, let's zoom this out, this is going to be including Highway 151, Highway 181 as well, Highway 61, and then Interstate 55 over here. Take your tornado precautions immediately, okay? I know you're in a Blytheville area, you're thinking, okay, there's no tornado warning, what in the world is this guy talking about? You have a storm that could have produced a brief tornado near the Pocahontas area. We'll have to go back and see what ends up happening with that. It definitely had a defined wall cloud, but you're dealing with a storm that is capable of producing a tornado moving towards your area. So if you're in Blytheville, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to any outside as possible, get to the lowest area of your home immediately at the current point here. Okay, so I do believe, let me double check here. I want to make sure I got that confirmed. That this could potentially, we could have had some damage up there in the Pocahontas area. Wouldn't surprise me. And if we did, it may have been a brief tornado at this point here. So let me see here, double checking everything at this current time. Jonesboro, you are good. I'm gonna make this a trillion times clear on air. Jonesboro, you are good to go. Let me repeat myself. Jonesboro, you are good to go. This will not impact Jonesboro or Lake City or Truman. This is not going to impact the Craighead County area. I understand the concern. I understand the anxiety. You guys you've dealt with tornadoes before in 2020 and etc. This is not going to impact our folks up here in Jonesboro and Craighead County. If it was, we will let you guys know as soon as possible. But this is going to include Greene County, Missouri Boot Hill, and it's going to try to go into the northern Mississippi County. But this is not going to impact Craighead County. There's a lot of concerned people on our Facebook right now that are asking about Jonesboro, etc. This is not going to impact downtown Jonesboro. I want to make that perfectly clear on air right now. This is not going to impact Jonesboro. So you're going to be fine. But in Greene County, Mississippi County, and also southwestern Missouri Boot Hill, the Cardwell area, the Signet area, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this current point here. So I just want to make that perfectly clear at this time. This is not going to impact our folks in Jonesboro. Jonesboro, you're good. You're good. You have some showers and thunderstorms moving into downtown Jonesboro, but this is not going to impact the tornadic part of the storm is not going to impact Jonesboro. This is moving away at this point. As a matter of fact, what we can do is we can loop this through so you guys can kind of see where the tornado potential is going to be. So just cross just the north and east of Parrott Gold. Parrott Gold, you lucked out to stay to your north like I originally thought it was going to, but it was safe side. You guys were fine. Tornado warning was issued. Great call. Sirens went off. That's what we want to see when we're dealing with a tornado warning. We want to see everybody take those actions at this point. So that was a real good call. Fortunately, this stayed to your north. This crossed over 49. Now it's going into the Missouri Boot Hill. This is going to go along Highway 412, and it's going to continue to move off towards east there. Now, I will say this. If it continues to move due east, it's going to miss our folks in Mississippi County. This is going to miss the Blytheville area and stuff like that. So I'll be real interested to see what they end up doing with the tornado warning as it continues to go out towards the east. And you can see kind of a broad area of what's going on. You have an area of low pressure in Missouri kind of pivoting through, kind of like a tropical system. It's pivoting through. You have these areas of rotation that are getting going up here in northeastern Arkansas. We're going to watch these storms down here as well. They're Forest City along 40 right now. None of these storms are capable of producing an area of rotation here, but we're going to monitor it close. We're going to go back over to our rotation indicator at the same time, and you can see there's the area of rotation right in here. We can go investigate these other storms down here. None of these storms down here near the Forest City area. Not seeing any other rotation indicated with these storms down here, so that's good. But we're going to go back up to these storms up here in the Parrott Gold area. And I will say this, just based off of the presentation of this storm, it doesn't look as though the tornadic part is going to continue. I do believe this is becoming more of a damaging wind threat versus a tornado threat, but that doesn't mean anything. All it takes is for that area of rotation to tighten right back up, and you can easily get a tornado once again here. But we're going to have to watch this closely here. You can see how it's kind of broad out. When it was in Pocahontas earlier on, it was definitely tight. You could definitely see the rotation and everything like that. However, with this situation, it's more broad now. It's more, you see the green and the red, and they're not as bright as they were earlier on, which is indicative of weakening with this system. So it doesn't mean you're not going to see a tornado or anything like that. Still radar indicated. However, I am starting to get concerned about the damaged wind perhaps with this storm here. Now, we do have some damage reports. We have trees down. That's going to be in Okeen. That's going to be as of, I believe, what time is it now? It's about 5:21 this afternoon. So we do have damage reports coming in from the Okeen area, and that's going to be where this potential tornado tracked earlier on, because there's Oak Grove Heights, and Okeen is going to be right up here. When it was coming out of the Pocahontas area, it took a track just like this. So we're now seeing trees down with the storm here. So there could have been a brief tornado up here in Randolph and northwestern Greene County. So keep that in mind. So then we're going to have to monitor very closely here. But area of rotation right now, as it stands, is going to be just north of Green Road, 835, or just to the west of Highway 139. If you are in the path of this storm, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. Let's take a look at our debris indicator at this point. I'm not seeing where the area of rotation. I know you see the blues down here, but this is well away from the area of rotation. This is indicative of any debris or anything like that. That could be something that being, something that's just popping up on radar. But our area of rotation is back over here. So I'm not seeing any sort of blues or yellows or anything like that, which is great news. That is more hail and wind right now, but we're still going to monitor the potential of a tornado with the storm, and we're also going to monitor the wind gust potential here. Like I said before, you substitute one for the other. You have to either deal with the tornado threat or you deal with the straight line wind threat, and now you're starting to get wind gusts upwards to 65 to 70 miles per hour here. So keep that in mind up here. That's going to be on the east side of Greene County. That's going to be going into the Missouri Boot Hill within the next, I would say, 5 to 10 minutes here. So something that we're going to have to continue to monitor very closely. Also, let's take a look at the hail sizes real fast. That's going to be coming up here in just a second. Quarter-sized hail with the storm. Hail sizes have decreased over the last couple of scans here. So we'll monitor the situation closely here. Let's zoom this out, kind of give you guys a perspective. This is to the east and northeast of Parrott Gold. Parrott Gold, I'm going to go ahead and say I think you guys are good. I think you guys are going to be fine. Thunderstorms now moving through, and it's going to get loud. You have a lot of heavy rainfall, thunder. You have some wind gusts upwards to 60 miles per hour, maybe some small hail in there as well. The tornadic part of the storm is to the north and east of Perigo. Let this storm pass over you, and then you'll be good to go. Okay, so keep that in mind. The tornadic part of the storm is to your north and east at this point. But Perigo, remain where you are. Don't go traveling or anything like that. Just remain you are. Let the storm pass over you, and then you're going to be good to go at this current point. Now, let's zoom this out and kind of give you guys a perspective here on where the storm is going. Okay, so this is going towards the Missouri Boot Hill, and it's going to continue to move off towards the east. The biggest thing I want to stress you guys right now, I know there's people that live up here. I know there's a lot of people that don't have the coverage or anything like that up here in northeastern Arkansas or even in the Missouri Boot Hill. Send them our way, okay? Make sure that they are staying updated. Make sure that they're getting warnings, that they're getting updates and everything like that. If you know someone up here that's not paying attention to the weather, make sure they have those updates. That's the biggest thing. We're dealing with a tornado warning right now coming out of Greene County. Going to go into southern Missouri Boot Hill region up here. I will say, where the storm is tracking, it should stay away from the Mississippi County region. I think it's going to stay away from those areas. That's the Blytheville, that's Leechville, that's the Monette area. It should stay away from those areas. Jonesboro, you are A-OK. You're great. You're gravy. This is staying to your north and east. Monette, same thing to you. I think this is going to stay to your north. Truman, you're good. This is staying to your north as well. Blytheville, we're going to watch you guys close. If this side's kind of take more of a southeast turn, then it's going to impact those on the interstate and also Highway 61 and also the Blytheville area. So we're going to watch it close at this point. But right now, I do believe that this is going to continue to move into the Missouri Boot Hill. And when I'm noticing something as well, you can see with the latest scan, this is kind of bowing out. And you may have an area of rotation that might have developed, kind of similar to what you guys saw near the Stratton area and Russellville last night, the bookend border scene with that bowing out segment with the storms that are coming through. So what does that mean? That means that you'll have a attendant damaging wind threat all the way down probably to the Perigo area, maybe as far south as Jonesboro. These storms may kind of make their way towards the Jonesboro area, mainly damaging wind threat. But the tornadic part of the storm is going to stay on that north side, and it's mainly going to include our folks up here in the Missouri Boot Hill region here. So we're going to continue to monitor this situation very closely. Let's zoom this down. Like I mentioned before, it's going to be right here. Let's go over to our rotation indicator at the current time. There it is right there. Okay, now, like I said, with the latest scan, every time we're looking at these new scans, it's becoming better and better and better at this point. I'm not seeing the bright green and the bright yellow that I was seeing earlier on when it was back in the Pocahontas area. That does not mean anything. You definitely need to take your tornado precautions in this area. Get away from windows, put as many walls to any outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. So that's the biggest thing I want to stress to you guys at this point. Right now, if you're having issues, I want to stress this right now. If you're having issues on Facebook, I'm not sure what's going on with the Facebook side of things. Everything's working fine on our end. If you're having issues, check us out on YouTube. I'm not sure what's going on with Facebook in terms of any interactions or anything like that. Everything's good on our side. A lot of people are saying they're having some issues. We have fixed those issues. I'm not seeing those issues on our end over here. But if you are, check us out on YouTube. We have this up and running as well. So make sure you take your tornado precautions immediately. I want to stress this once again. This is not going to impact Jonesboro. I want to make this perfectly clear. This is not going to impact Jonesboro at this point. Looking at this rotation presentation, I'm not really seeing an area of rotation anymore. It's still broad. It's right there on the east side of the Greene County area, and it's going to continue to move off towards the east. However, this is not as defined as it was when it was back near Pocahontas. This is way up here in northeastern Arkansas. This is not Little Rock or Jonesboro or Memphis or anything like that. This is way up here in far northeastern Arkansas and the Missouri Boot Hill at this point. As a matter of fact, I'm going to zoom this out, and I'm going to leave it zoomed out for a little bit for those that are tuning in to kind of give it a perspective, okay? Little Rock's down here on the bottom corner of your screen. Make sure I match this up. Little Rock's going to be down here. There's Cabot. There's Searcy. there's Interstate 40, there's Memphis. Your tornado warning is going to be up here in northeastern Arkansas. It's going to be in that far northeastern corner at this point. I want to reassure everyone. I understand. I get it. After last night, all these storms that moved through, the anxiety's through the roof right now. However, this is staying north of Little Rock. This is well north of Interstate 40 or Interstate 30 at this current time. This is in far northeastern Arkansas at this current point, near the Greene County area at this current time. Okay, so we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Thunderstorm damage threat considerable. Winds up to 70 miles per hour, 1-inch hail, and the potential for tornado is on the table. We're going to monitor this closely. It's going to continue to move into the Missouri Boot Hill. This does now include far northern Mississippi County, the Leachville area, the Blytheville area. This is up here in far northern Arkansas, far northeastern Arkansas at this current time here. This is south of Piggott, east of Paragould, east and northeast of Jonesboro. Jonesboro, you are good. You are 100%, 1,000% good if you're in Jonesboro. I want to make that clear right now. You are good to go if you're in Jonesboro. The Caraway area, the Lake City area, the Leachville area, you're good. Okay, this is staying to your north at this point. However, Blytheville, anyone on that interstate, on Interstate 55 right now, on Highway 61, although this is not a tornado warning anymore, this is now a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, we're still going to monitor the progression of this storm here, guys. We're still going to keep you guys updated at this point here, okay? So, let me double check and make sure that we are good to go at this point. Okay, so now we have some damage reports. 2 miles south of Pocahontas, reports of trees being uprooted a couple miles south of Pocahontas. That would be tornado damage. That would be tornado damage here. So, O'Keene, damage reports, we got trees down in O'Keene. We also have emergency management reporting trees down at the intersection of Highway 62 and Squirrel Road. That's also going to be in Randolph County, 2 miles west of Birtdale, Arkansas here. So that kind of presents what we've been talking about. That's what I was saying back when it was near Pocahontas. It definitely had that area of rotation. It definitely had the presentation, and it definitely could have produced a brief tornado when it was near the Pocahontas area at this point. Mama Donna, I appreciate it. For some odd reason, like I mentioned before, YouTube is great. Facebook, we're having some issues. I'm not sure what's going on with Facebook. We're still buffering. The sound is cutting in and out. Thank you for reporting that, Kim. We're going to have to investigate that once we get a quiet period to kind of address those issues here. YouTube, for some odd reason, has been rocking this entire event. I have no idea why. That's a whole technical issue. We thought we've gotten it fixed. We tested it out earlier. Everything was fine. But it is buffering out for some reason. But YouTube is doing fine at the point here. Okay, so I mentioned before, take a tornado precautions immediately. Tornado warning, I do believe, like I said before, Paragould, I'm going to say that you are in all clear now. If you're in Paragould, you're in Oak Grove Heights, Marmaduke, I'm going to say you're in all good. You're good to go now. You can come out your shelters. You're good to go. Okay, now this is moving into the Missouri Boot Hill. Tornado possible with the storm. I'm going to hang around just a little bit longer on the live stream to kind of give you guys a little bit of a reassurance up here in northern Arkansas at this current time. We're going to zoom this out and kind of give you guys a perspective here. Okay, so looking at the storm, we make sure we don't have any watches or anything like that. Let me double check that at this point. So I'm not seeing any watches that have been popped up on our screen. That's perfectly fine. Let me go over to MBOT real fast, and I'm not really seeing anything on MBOT at this point. Let me switch over to this. Okay, so tornado watch is likely, and that's going to go for our folks in southeastern Arkansas, northeastern Louisiana, western and west central Mississippi. Tornado watch is likely. A severe threat will likely develop on lower Mississippi Valley this evening. The potential wind damage, large hail, and tornadoes are expected to develop. Weather watch is expected here. So a tornado threat is also expected to develop as well. So we're going to watch this very, very closely at this point. That's going to go for our folks in southeastern Arkansas. So we're going to zoom this out. Now that this tornado warning has crossed over into the Missouri Boot Hill, we're going to zoom this out, kind of show you guys where we're talking about here. So maybe for just a moment, we're going to get this up for you guys at this point. So this is where it's going to go, okay? This is the polygon over here. This is going to go for our folks in Jonesboro all the way down to here. And also we have another area down here in Ashley and Chico County that we're going to have to watch later on. This is where your area of concern is going to be as we get towards later on this evening and into the night. So make sure that you are taking those precautions up here in Northern Arkansas. We're going to watch you guys closely. As I mentioned before, something that we're going to monitor very, very closely is that potential as we get towards this evening and into the night. So right now, that tornado warning, as I mentioned before, if you're in the Paragould area, you're good to go at this current time. I'm just double checking everything at this time. Let me see here. I think let me pull this back up, and there it is right there. Okay, so the area in red that you guys see, okay, you see two areas in red. You have one all the way to the east side of Arkansas. Let me double check and make sure what this one's going to be. Okay, so a watch is likely. That's going to go for our folks in eastern Arkansas. So a watch is expected to develop. A weather watch is likely over the next couple of hours here. So we're going to have to watch this. A tornado threat may eventually develop as these storms continue to develop over here as well. So we're going to have to watch eastern Arkansas and far southeastern Arkansas. That's from Jonesboro all the way down into Ashley and Chico County. That's eastern Arkansas at this point. Anywhere west of this circle, that's Little Rock, El Dorado, Russellville, Fort Smith, Fayetteville, over towards Texarkana. You guys are going to be good. You guys are going to be good to go for the rest of the evening. I think I'm pretty solid that I'm not expecting any sort of development over here in western Arkansas, northern Arkansas, or southwest Arkansas at this point. I do believe we're going to have to watch it. Let's see what happens. But right now, I do believe the best shot of seeing severe weather is going to be for our folks in eastern Arkansas and down into southeastern Arkansas here. So we're going to be here. I know you guys are tired. I'm tired too. We've been dealing with severe weather over the last couple of days, the last week or so. I'm ready to end it. You guys are ready to end the severe threats. We're going to get there, okay? We just got to get past today at this point. So, as I mentioned before, the tornado warning up here still remains in effect until 6:30. They're going to let this go. They're going to let this tornado warning go at this point. Tornado warning has been, the storm has weakened below its limits, and they will expire the tornado warning at 6:30 at the current time. We're going to read you guys the severe thunderstorm warning at this point, and that's going to go for southeastern Greene County, northwestern Mississippi, and southern Dunklin County until 7 o'clock, moving east at 30 miles per hour here. So, this storm, for our folks in Greene County, you're good to go. We can get you out of your shelters now. We're good to go if you're in Greene County. Now, if you're in the southern Missouri Boot Hill along the northern Mississippi County area, it's a severe thunderstorm warning, 70-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size sail, and we're going to watch for any sort of tornado potential at this current time here. But as of right now, I do believe the tornado threat, and they just dropped the tornado warning, by the way. So tornado warning is now officially off the board at this point. Just double checking everything right now. I'm not seeing anything. Let's go over to here. And right now, as before, I'm not seeing anything at this point, which is amazing news. But right now, this is done. Okay, now that we've gotten past the tornado warning, what we're going to do is we're going to zoom this out to kind of put a perspective on what's going on across the state. Okay, so give me just 1 second. And like I've been mentioning for the last couple of days, guys, patience. Patience is the number one best friend for us right now. I know everybody's trying to get their answers and everything like that. I'm not going to tolerate any disrespect or anybody trying to rush us here at Arkansas Weather Watch. It's not going to happen, folks. I understand you need your answers and stuff like that, but we're not going to tolerate anybody bashing our page or anything like that. So keep that in mind. I understand the situation. I understand what's going on. But I want to make that clear to everybody right now. We are not going to tolerate that here at Arkansas Weather Watchers at this point. We will result in a blowout. I don't want to do that because it's severe weather. But at the same time, we are working our behinds off here, trying to make sure everybody's covered and everything like that. Okay, so the tornado warning is off the board. This is done. Now, let's switch our attention over to Arkansas. Let's switch our attention over to Little Rock's radar at this point. I'm going to clear that track off. Let's take a look at the statewide view at this point. For us, outside of this morning, it has been relatively quiet across the state. Okay, everything's been relatively quiet. We don't have much going on at this point. We are monitoring eastern Arkansas and southeastern Arkansas. You're already starting to see these cells starting to develop. Each and every single one of these cells are going to have to be watched for the tornado threat later on. Okay, and that's what's going to end up occurring for our folks in eastern Arkansas, down into southeastern Arkansas at the current point here. Okay, so let me double check and make sure that our current day one still stands before I show you guys the graphic, and it does. So what I'm going to do for just a moment is I'm going to switch this over, and I'm going to see if I can switch this over to this. Give me just 1 second here. Give me right here. And what we're going to do here is we're going to show you guys what's going on. Okay, so give me just 1 second. See if I can get this up and going. And we're going to show you guys that real fast here. Okay, so anyone that's tuning in, that wants that information, is going to be the time right now to get it done. That tornado warning has been dropped. At this point, we're going to switch this over to our graphics here. So give me just 1 second. Let me see if I can switch this over here. Okay, so stream may, okay, so the stream may buffer for just a little bit. So we're going to take this off. We're going to take out the radar, and we're going to show you guys what's going on here. Okay, so this is tornado threat for today. Okay, I want to break this down for everybody because I know everybody's kind of trying to figure out what's going on with the timing and everything like that. This is going to be scattered in nature. This is not going to be anything that is going to be organized or anything like that at this point. Okay, I want to make sure that everybody is aware of this at this time. The tornado threat goes from West Memphis all the way down to Texarkana. Okay, this is a very low threat. This is not going to be like March 31st where we had an outbreak or anything like that. However, if any warnings like you saw in Northeast Arkansas gets issued, we will be here. Okay, I want to make that perfectly clear for everybody right now. We're going to have to watch you guys very, very closely. Okay, I understand there's a lot of power outages. There's a lot of damage right now from last night's storms, and anxiety is just absolutely through the roof, and there's no doubt about it. Okay, there's no reason why it shouldn't be because of what happened last night. But I want to reassure everybody, we're here. We're not ignoring anyone. We're not prioritizing anybody for any other areas. We cover the entire state of Arkansas, and it is not an easy job. So keep that in mind, okay? So there's a tornado threat. Eastern Arkansas, that yellow area from basically West Memphis all the way down to Lake Village. That is where you're going to have that tornado threat for today. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. This is going to be your severe weather outlook for today, okay? Enhanced risk for southeastern Arkansas. We have the slight risk for much of the state. I do believe with the next update, they will cut that in half. I do believe they will end up cutting that in half for our folks down here in western Arkansas. I think western Arkansas is going to be good to go for this event. I think this is going to be for the majority over here in eastern Arkansas and southeastern Arkansas at this current time. Let's talk about timing, okay? Now until 8 p.m. This is, and I'm going to have to readjust this a little bit because we're going to go past that 8 p.m. time frame with these storms. But basically from now, with a new time map, probably from now to about midnight. I'll say that, okay? Biggest thing I want to stress to you guys right now is making sure that you have a plan. The best way to beat storm anxiety is having a game plan. Know where to go. If you have a tornado warning or anything like that, know what to do. That's the biggest thing I want to stress to you guys right now. I understand the storm anxiety is through the roof. I understand we have a lot going on right now, and everybody wants a break. We want a break here too. We've been doing this for the last week. I want to make that clear. But at the moment, we're going to have to watch you guys very closely over here in eastern Arkansas. I may trim this map. This map is just kind of a broad look at it right now. I may trim this map a little bit throughout the next, I'd say, 20 to 30 minutes here. So we'll let you guys know that on Facebook here. But from now to 8 p.m. is going to be your best time frame. At this point, this may extend past 8 p.m. as well, okay? This is the county area at this point. Also, one more thing I want to stress to you guys right now. Go download our weather app, okay? If you need the information, go download our weather app. We have the radar. We have alerts. We also have the updates that are going to be coming out over the next couple of weeks, the next month, once things quiet down. Go download our app, guys. Arkansas Weather Watchers, the Google Play Store or the Apple Play Store. Go download our app. I want to make that clear at this point. Other thing I want to talk to you guys about before I hop off of here, the difference between a severe thunderstorm watch and a severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warnings, as you see up there right now. Severe weather is occurring or imminent. Take shelter immediately. Same thing with a watch. Watch means conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms. I want to make that clear at this point, okay? Same thing with a tornado warning. If a tornado warning gets issued, this is not a wait-and-see tornado or a tornado warning. A non-tornado is not going to occur in a tornado warning, okay? I kind of remember that same quote we had. It was from one of the movies. But anyways, this is not a wait-and-see tornado warning, okay? You make sure if a tornado warning is issued that you are taking shelter, okay? That's the number one thing I want to stress to you guys right now. Don't wait for it to get confirmed. Don't try to go out for photos or videos. If you can do it safely and you're away from the path, that is excellent. But if you're in the path of any tornado warnings tonight, seek shelter immediately. That is getting away from the windows. That's getting away from the exterior walls and get to the lowest area of your home. I want to stress that to you guys at this point here, okay? Also, if you're on the road, if you're planning on traveling tonight, make sure that if a tornado warning does get issued, that you're taking those shelters. You do not want to be on the roadways whenever you're dealing with tornado warning. Okay, I want to stress that you guys right now. You don't want to be on the roadways. You want to get off the roads, find a shelter, or get to your house if you can, or anything like that. But I want to reassure everyone at this point. Okay, and this is one more thing I'm going to talk to you guys about. Severe weather could be stressful. The anxiety's through the roof, and nobody here at Arkansas Weather Watch is going to judge you for it. Okay. However, we want you guys to be respectful. We want you guys to be kind to us here at Arkansas Weather Watchers as well, because we're doing a lot to make sure that you guys are prepared and aware of the storm. Okay, prepare in advance. Have multiple warning sources. That's us. That could be our weather app. You guys, you have your different apps. You can use those apps as well, but make sure that you have those warning sources. Know your geography as well. That is knowing your counties. You've got to know where your counties are. You have to know where your counties are here in Arkansas. If you don't know where your counties are, we're going to post a map here in a little bit. That way you have that. But folks, you've got to know where your counties are here in Arkansas. It's no disrespect to anybody that doesn't know. I understand, some people may just move here. They may not have been here for long. They don't know. But you've got to know where your counties are, especially with severe weather, because it's not only just us, it's a safety thing. Because if a warning gets issued for your county, you don't know your county's name, that could potentially be life-threatening. So keep that in mind. Track radar updates. You guys know full well, Facebook, we're going to have radar updates spamming the page. And then if you guys see any information about storms or anything like that, you can always inbox us or consider becoming a Patreon for that. We have a class coming up within the next week or so that's going to talk more about how storms ongoing and everything like that here. Okay, so that's all I got for you guys right now. We're going to monitor that storm up there in the Missouri Boot Hill. Right now, severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible for northern Mississippi County. If a tornado warning does get issued, we will be back on Facebook. YouTube is going to be a continuous stream the entire time. And as I mentioned before, we're going to continue to keep you guys updated right here in your source for all things Arkansas weather.
From Arkansas's #1 trusted source for weather. This is a severe weather alert.
Alrighty, good evening, Arkansas. This is Chief Forecaster Cameron back here once again. We're here to give you guys a tornado warning in Union County at this current time here. Remember, for just 1 second, we're going to get this latest information up for you guys. This is a tornado warning for Western Union County at this current time. This is going to go until, I do believe, let me stop the radar for just a second. Tornado warning is going to go until 8:30 this evening here. So, folks, that is just west of the El Dorado area. You need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to unity outside as possible and get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. So if you're just now tuning in on Facebook or on YouTube, we have a tornado warning for Union County at the current time. This is going to stay west of downtown El Dorado, so keep that in mind for our folks in El Dorado here. But if you're on Long 82 at this point, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. That's going to be between Magnolia and El Dorado and Western Union County. So take your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. So what we're going to do for just a moment is we're going to switch this over to the Shreveport's radar for just a second. We're going to get this up and going. And there is a tornado watch, by the way, that is going to be in eastern Arkansas. We're going to get more into that here in just a little bit. But we're going to talk to you guys about this ongoing tornado warning in El Dorado at this current point. Well, this is west of El Dorado in western Union County and eastern Columbia County at this current time here. So let's go ahead and take a look at this, guys. Similar to what we did earlier, we're going to dissect the system. There it is, just to the west of El Dorado at this point. Tornado warning is going to go until 8:30 this evening. This is going to be for our folks in Long 82. So I want to stress that if you live on the west side of El Dorado, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point here. So bear me for just a second, guys, letting some friends and family know for our folks over there in El Dorado at this current time. So give me just 1 second. Give me 1 second. Let me get this up for Facebook for the county. That's going to go until 8:30 this evening. Okay, so for take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. So live coverage is going to be on our weather watcher. So give me, like I said, just give me just 1 second, guys. Just kind of sprung up on me in Union County, making sure my folks are okay down here. So we're going to be good. Okay. All right. So they are good to go. So before there's going to be the tornado warning here. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the rotation indicator for just a moment here. And there it is, right there, folks. I mean, right there on 82, where you see that green, the red, and even some blues. I do believe there's some radar contamination going on here, but right in that area, right there on the 82, just on the east side, right there on that Columbia and Union County line, that is where you're going to have to watch for that tornado potential. So this is going to continue to move towards southeast. I want to reassure my folks in El Dorado right now. Yes, I did give you the heads up on my personal page. However, I want to reassure you guys that this is not going to go into downtown El Dorado, but I am concerned for my folks in Junction City. So if you know anyone that's coming out from Louisiana, going into Union County, going along into El Dorado, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Downtown El Dorado, I want to reassure you guys that you're going to be okay unless this decides to go due east. Right now, on its trajectory, it's going to miss El Dorado to the south and west. However, we're going to have to watch it very closely here. But anyone that is along 82 at the current time, you need to take tornado precautions, mainly get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. To reassure everyone else across the natural state, this is what we do during tornado warning coverage. This is in southern Arkansas. Earlier, we had one up there in northeastern Arkansas, far northeast Arkansas. Now we have one in far southern Arkansas at this point, okay? Little Rock's fine, West Arkansas is fine, northern and northwest Arkansas is good, Jonesboro is fine for now. This is for my folks down here in El Dorado, in the Columbia and Union County area here. So take your tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. I cannot stress that enough at this current point here, okay? So that's going to be your area of rotation. Let's take a look at the debris indicator for just a little bit. I do not believe we don't have any sign of debris being lofted up or anything like that. That confirms to me per radar that it's not on the ground. However, it is radar indicator, so we're going to have to watch this very, very closely. But this is on the west side of El Dorado, east side of Magnolia, along 82. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to unit outside as possible and get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. And this is going to go for my folks on Highway 15 as well that runs out of El Dorado down into Louisiana. Like I said before, this is going to be right there on 82 at this point. Tornado warning, El Dorado. I want to reassure my folks in El Dorado because I'm just repeating myself. You guys are fine in downtown El Dorado. If you're trying to go west on 82 towards Magnolia, I would not do it at this moment. I would wait until this storm has passed before you decide to do that. So make sure you're taking your tornado precautions immediately. If you know anyone that lives on 82 or lives on Highway 15 down here in Union County at this current time. Now, let's take a look at the area of rotation. What we're going to do for just a little bit is I'm going to clear this up just a nudge because this is right there on the edge of the radar between Little Rock and Freeport. I'm going to clear this up just a little bit. So area of rotation is going to be just to the south of Highway 82 at this point. Going to be moving southeast at this time. Anyone in Junction City, you're not in a tornado warning just yet, but anyone that is attempting to try to come from Junction City to El Dorado or from El Dorado to Junction City, you need to find a gas station. Now, there's several gas stations along this highway at this point. Take your tornado precautions immediately. That's the biggest thing I want to stress to you guys right now. This is not going into downtown El Dorado. Let me make this perfectly clear. This is not going into downtown El Dorado. This is going to stay on the south and west side of El Dorado, but it is going to go towards the Junction City area. So take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to unit outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. Now, let's talk to you guys about the north side of Union County at this point here. And, you know, I grew up in El Dorado. There's this whole terminology of a bowl effect, and this is kind of what you're seeing here. You're seeing the tornado warning on the southwest side of El Dorado, and you have a tornado possible now for my folks on the north side of Union County towards the Callion area here. No tornado warning as of yet, but definitely showing that area of rotation just to the south of Callion. That's going to be moving towards Highway 275 and towards areas north of Strong. So anyone that is in Union County right now, take tornado precautions immediately. Like I said before, this is not going into direct downtown El Dorado or Northlet or Smackover. However, this is going to be on the southwest side of El Dorado and also on the north and east side of El Dorado at this point. So if you're trying to travel, trying to go 167 outbound that takes you straight to the metro or anything like that, I would not do it at this moment. I will let these storms pass and then try to do something like that. But that's going to be right there in Callion. That's going to be on the west side of Union County at this point. Take your tornado precautions immediately, guys. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to unit outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. So I just want to make this perfectly clear. This is in Union County. This is not in Little Rock or in Southwest Arkansas, North Arkansas, West Arkansas, or anything like that. This is down here in Union County in El Dorado, near the El Dorado area. This is not going to include Smackover or Northlet or the Callion area. Callion area, you do have an area of rotation. I wouldn't be surprised if that did go Torwarn. I think that may end up going Torwarn. That's going to be for my folks over there towards Strong. May try to include the Huddock and the Crossing area downstream here. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. But at this particular moment, most of the tornadic part of that storm is going to be on the southwest side of El Dorado and also on the northeast side of El Dorado at this current time. Elsewhere across the state, nothing else is going on. We had a tornado watch till 1 o'clock in the morning, severe thunderstorm watch until midnight tonight. We're going to keep you guys informed. We're going to keep you guys updated here at Arkansas Weather Watchers. But right now, the tornado warning right now is going to be for my folks down here in the El Dorado area here. So give me just 1 second. Let me double check on my my personal real fast here, because I know that I've got a lot of people trying to get in contact with me right now here. I want to reassure everyone that this is going to be on the east and west side of El Dorado. This is not going to include downtown El Dorado. I want to make that perfectly clear right now. This is not going to include downtown El Dorado at this point. So let me double check over here. Like I said before, I'm not seeing any sign of any reports or anything like that. Let me go over to Facebook at this time, and we're gonna get this up and going. So if you guys have any reports or anything, let me know. At this moment, I want to say that this is not on the ground. It's not doing anything. However, it is radar indicated, and we should treat every tornado warning as if it was on the ground, guys. So tornado precautions, mainly get away from windows, put as many walls to unit outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. And now, I will say this, not for the one in the southwest that's current tornado warned, but this one right in here near Callion. Although this is a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, And we need to match this up. Let me see if I can match this up with our radar, our rotation indicator at this point here. And I'm starting to see what could be signs of a brief tornado just south of the Callion area as well. There it is. There's a new tornado warning for here. I was wondering when they were going to do it. So we have a tornado warning that is just south of Callion at this point. This is going to go for central Union County. So my folks in Union County right now, if you're in El Dorado, you need to stay where you are. Okay? Do not attempt to try to travel towards Callion or try to travel on 82 right now. If you're in downtown El Dorado, you need to stay where you are. I want to reassure my folks in El Dorado, you have 2 tornado warnings on each side of the city right now. On the north and east side of El Dorado, and also on the south and west side of El Dorado at this point. This is not going to include downtown El Dorado. Let me make this perfectly clear. This is not going into downtown El Dorado. This will stay on both its west side and also on its north and east side at this point. Take your tornado precautions if you're in Callion, if you're in Strong, if you live on 82, and also Junction City. But I want to make sure my folks in El Dorado, although you are not in direct path of either tornado warning polygons right now, you do not need to travel. You do not need to go on 67 northbound. You don't need to go on 82 west, or you don't need to go down into Louisiana as of right now. Let these storms pass and then assume your travel plans at this point. So I want to make that perfectly clear to everyone. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to uni outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point here. Okay, so just double checking everything right now. So before, this is going to be for my folks down here in the El Dorado area here. And I'm just kind of double checking on Facebook, making sure we're not seeing any reports or anything like that. Let me see here. I'm double checking everything at this time. Let me see here. Okay, so right now, let me see here. This does not include Lake Village or anything like that. So I said before, folks, if you know anyone in the Union County area, this is going to go for the following. That's the El Dorado area, the Junction City area, the Strong area, the Callion area. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to uni outside as possible and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. So what we're going to do here for just a moment is we're going to take a look at the El Dorado storm here. And I do believe you actually have 2 tornado warnings now, so that makes it 3 tornado warnings into place down here in Union County at this current time. I want to reassure everyone, my folks in El Dorado, this is not going to include the downtown area of El Dorado. This is going to be for my folks in Weston or along 82 towards Junction City. Also, we're going to have to watch Callion and towards Urbana, towards Morro Bay, and also towards the Strong area. So anyone in these areas need to take their tornado precautions immediately. I know we have folks down here that have a hard time getting weather coverage down here. I want to make this clear. Share this live stream, guys. Get this information out. There's 2 tornado warnings. This is life-saving information. Let's get this out to those folks down there in southern Arkansas. That way, they can get to safety here. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at our other product over here. I'm going to switch this over to our other product in just a moment. And you're going to see, there it is. Okay, so now we're tracking 2 areas of rotation. One on the west side of El Dorado. That's going to be right there on 82. You can see it's clear as day. This is going to be your area of rotation. Let's go over to this. Give me 1 second. Let's see if I can switch this over to our rotation tools. Maybe right here. Okay, so you're going to see it's clear as day. There's one area of rotation just to the west of El Dorado at this point. And you also have another area of rotation that's going to be on the north and east side of El Dorado at this time, just south of Callion. That one's going to be making its way towards the Urbana, towards the Strong area within the next 20 to 25 minutes. So if you live in Weston, if you live on 82, if you live in Strong, Urbana, Morro Bay, take your tornado precautions now. When I mean take your tornado precautions, that's getting away from windows, that's putting as many walls between yourself and these potential tornadoes as possible and getting to that lowest area of your home. I want to reassure you guys at this point, and I'm going to be straightforward with you. I would not be surprised. And let's go over to our correlation coefficient for just a little bit. That's our debris indicator. And at the moment, I'm not seeing any what you would look for in this particular situation. You would look for kind of any blues or anything like that where the rotation is. And right where the rotation is, you're seeing the pinks, the purples, the reds. That is indicative of heavy rainfall and large hail. That's not indicative of any tornadoes on the ground. So keep that in mind at this point. But we're going to monitor it closely. That doesn't mean you need to let your guard down or this is a wait and see tornado warning, anything like that. This is you need to take shelter. You need to get to that low, safe place in your home and put as many walls to you and the outside as possible at this current time here. So just double checking Facebook at this time. If you have any reports or anything like that, feel free to send them in at this point. Destiny, thank you so much. I see your comment. Rotation is visible on Highway 82 at this time. If you have photos or videos or anything like that, send them in. Make sure that you're being safe while doing it, but feel free to send them in. It really will help us out in terms of getting this into the National Weather Service, etc. So 2 tornado warnings, both on the west and east side of El Dorado. If you're in El Dorado right now, I would not be traveling at this point. Don't try to go on 167. Don't try to go on 82 eastbound or westbound. I would just hold your horses in El Dorado. Stay where you are. El Dorado is not in direct path of either of these tornado polygons. However, it's going to include Morro Bay, it's going to include Strong, and also it's going to include our folks down there in Weston at this current time. So we're going to keep an eye on these storms as they continue to move out towards southeast at about 25 to 30 miles per hour here. So let's take a look inside the storm real quickly here, and I'm going to go over to our rotation indicator here. So we're going to take a look inside the storm of this one, and you guys are going to see. Let me see if I can get this up for you guys at this moment here. So give me just 1 second. We're going to get this up, and we're going to take a look inside the storm here, and you're going to see on its south side here. Let me see if I can zoom this out. Let's go over to, give me 1 second, switch over to this. Okay, so that's going to be it right there. So what you're looking at here, you're looking at the Callion storm. And I know this looks kind of weird. I'm going to kind of break this down for you. If you're in El Dorado on 82 right now, this is what the visual you're seeing looking to the northwest. You see a storm that has a wall cloud, has an appendage that's trying to come out on its western side, and that may be indicative of a brief tornado with that area of rotation. So keep that in mind. Let's switch this over to our velocity, and you're going to see where that is. So the area of rotation is right there. Let's go back over to our reflectivity. And you see that appendage notch right in there. That is where you're going to have that brief tornado potential right through here. So that's going to be on its eastern side of El Dorado. This is going to be on the county side of El Dorado. Let's go down to, we're going to go down to the one down in the western side over here on the 82 side over here towards Weston, towards Junction City. So if you know any one of these areas that do need to take their tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to unit outside as possible, get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. Now, we zoom this out. We were just looking at the Callion storm, the ones to the east and northeast of El Dorado. Let's take a look at the one on 82 at this time. So if you're setting up on 82 at this point, you're looking northwest, you see a structure and you see a lowering right here, like that comment I saw from Destiny. Rotation visible on 82. This is exactly what you're seeing right in here. That is where you're getting that rotation, where you're getting that area of rotation ongoing right there on 82 at this point. So, you know, anyone in these areas, they need to take their tornado precautions now, get away from windows, put as many walls to you and the outside as possible, get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point here. So, I'm going to read you guys tornado warnings here. So, it's going to go for, like I said, for Union County, East Central Columbia. 8:30 this evening, for thunderstorm producing tornado was located near Mount Holly, or 14 miles east of Magnolia, moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. Hazard always going to be the tornado here. So I'm on the west side. This is from Bryce, Central PM. On the west side, where it's indicated right on 82 in the direct path. No hail, just steady rain. Anything happens, I will let you know. Thank you so much. Bryce, he's our storm spotter down there. Okay. All right. All right, thank you. So he's going to let me know. He's right there on 82 right now, monitoring the one on the left side. So he's going to let us know if anything occurs with that one. Right now, it's just heavy rainfall at this point. No hail or anything like that here. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. And also, we're going to monitor the one over here on its east side over here towards Callion at this point. So we have a track that takes the west side of this storm into Junction City. So Junction City, you need to take a tornado precautions immediately. Move away from windows, put as many walls you in the outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. Now, let's take a look at this one. Put a track on this. I'm going to clock it at about 30 miles per hour to give you guys a little bit of a heads up. Felsenthal over here, that's the east side of El Dorado over here. That's going to be right on 275 near a Strong area. Felsenthal, strong. I would watch this storm very, very closely. It's going to track to your north. If it takes a little bit more of a southwest kind of tilt, it's going to go right through Strong, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Also Puttick, and also my folks over there in western Ashley County. Keep an eye on this storm here, guys. That's the biggest thing I want to stress at this point here. So, tornado warning remains in effect for our folks down here in Union County. Just double checking everything at this point. I'm not seeing any reports of anything. Josh Alphen, this is kind of visual Marysville on Highway 82. We're going to get his photo up on here so you guys can kind of see on what's going on at this point here. So you're definitely seeing some clearing. We're going to get this up. Give me just 1 second. We're going to get this up for you guys at this point. So it's going to be coming up here just shortly. And I do appreciate you, Josh. Josh Alphen, he's right there on 82 at this time. Thank you so much for sending us in. We're going to get this up for you guys here just shortly. But he's monitoring this storm right here on 82 at this time. That's going to be moving into the Junction City area, and then we're going to also watch this storm over here. That's going to be moving towards the Strong area at this point. So we're going to get this this kind of visual what we're looking at here, guys, of the storm. Give me just 1 second. This is kind of a visual what we're looking at here. You see on its right, on the left side, you have the structure. This is kind of what we call one of these low precipitation type storms where you're going to have that wall cloud, where you're going to have that structure, and that's where you're going to have that potential of a tornado here on that left side of the photo here, guys. So I do appreciate you, Josh, for sending that into the Weather Center at this point. So go back to radar real quickly here. Let's go back over to reflectivity at this current time. And there it is, folks. You have two distinct areas of rotation, one on the west side of El Dorado and one on the east side of El Dorado at the current time. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to uni outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point here. So we're going to zoom this out and kind of give you guys a perspective of what's going on across the state. I know a lot of people are kind of seeing the tornado warning, and they're trying to figure out where is this at and everything like that. All across the area, we have no other warnings across the state except for our folks down there in Union County. I want to make this perfectly clear. This is only for our folks in Union County at this current time here. So make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to uni outside as possible and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. So what we're going to do, let's take a look at our hail tractor for just a second here. Hail's not really a big issue with this. We got quarter-size hail on the south and east side of Callion or just to the east of El Dorado. This is going to continue to move to the southeast. Huddick, Crossett on 82 going eastbound. Make sure that you are taking your tornado precautions. I know you're not in the polygon right now, especially my folks in Huddick and Strong and Crossett. If you are an 82 and you live on the east side of Union County, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. This is exactly where that storm's going. I fully anticipate probably a downstream tornado warning for my folks on the east side of Union County and also on the west side of Ashley County at the current point. Take your attention over to the west side of El Dorado. We have a tornado warning over here that's just emerged off of 82 once again. It's going to go right for Highway 15. And it's going to go for the Junction City area. So make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions immediately, guys. I cannot stress that enough at this point here. Okay, so let me see here. So Josh, once again, thank you for the photos, man. I really do appreciate it. Looking at the storm, more of a better perspective of the storm here. It's looking at the storm from the south and east of here. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to get this up for you guys at the point. So 1 second here. We're going to scoot this over. Going to be coming up here just shortly. Josh, I really do appreciate you sending these photos in into the weather center here. Guys, also, we're getting a lot of questions. Patience with us, guys. Patience. Whenever we deal with these tornado warnings, we're not going to be sitting here going over specific county and city questions unless they are in direct path of these tornado warning polygons here. So I want to stress right now, patience with us here, okay? So let's take a look at the storm here. This is from Josh. This is how it looks. This is going to be on its, this one, I believe, was from the southern side, and then the other one is going to be on the eastern side at this point. This one was from the east side, I believe. Let me see. No, this one's from southwest side, and the other photo that we got was from the east side. I got confused for a second. So you're looking at the southwest flank of the storm here, and like I mentioned before, you see the blue skies on the right side of the photo? That's the capping inversion that is in place. That's because of the storms that went through last night, kind of put a lid over Arkansas as much as it could. So these storms that are going up, yes, they are capable of producing tornadoes given your shear in place. However, you can see where you have that capping inversion in place. That's why this is not a widespread event for us here in Arkansas. But you can definitely see where the structure is on that storm. Very, very pronounced structure over there on that west side of the storm here on the southwest side of the storm here. So I do appreciate you, Josh, for sending this in at this current time here. Okay, so we're going to go back over to our radar. Like I said, folks, if you have any issues on Facebook or anything like that, switch over to YouTube. We're not sure what's going on with Facebook. We've addressed it as much as we could. But if you're having issues on Facebook, you need to switch over to YouTube at this point. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at this. So tornado warning remains in effect. Severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles southwest of Lisbon, or 13 miles west of El Dorado, moving southeast now at about 20 miles per hour here. So this is going to include my folks near the western area. So it's going to be coming in the western right around that 8:40 time frame. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Move into a basement, interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building, and make sure that you're protecting yourself and flying debris. And we are looking at this storm once again, guys, and you can definitely see the rotation. I mean, the rotation is becoming stronger and stronger and stronger with every scan that we're seeing here at this point. So let me see here, taking a look at everything here. Can't see in the video, but you can see the clouds moving from side to side here. It's just crossed out. He just got through crossing 82 and still heading southeast. So that's Bryce. Bryce, we're gonna get your video up here in just a little bit. But so before, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to any outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately. And if you know anyone, and I mean anyone, in the El Dorado area or in Union County that needs weather coverage, send them to Arkansas Weather Watchers. This is what we do, and this is what we're going to continue to do until the foreseeable future. So that's going to be the biggest thing at this point. Something that we're going to have to monitor. I'm looking at the debris indicator. I'm not seeing any signs, this is great news. I'm not seeing any signs of this thing being on the ground or anything like that. What I am noticing, especially with the storm on the southwest side of El Dorado, the rotation is definitely increasing more and more and more and more. So we're going to go over to our other product over here to kind of give you guys a perspective on what we're looking at here. So we're going to switch this over to other product here, and you can see there's the area of rotation. It's clear as day on the west side of El Dorado, southwest side of El Dorado, moving towards Weston, moving towards Johnson City. Any one of these areas need to take the tornado precautions immediately. Also, not taking anything away from the other storm over here. This is near Morro Bay, near New London, New Lawson, and also Urbana. This is right along the Union County border over here, going into Washita County, also over here as well. So make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions immediately. This is going to mainly impact our folks over here towards Strong, towards Huddock, and also on the west side of Crossett, right there on 82. And you're going to have to watch this as this continues to move towards the east side of Union County and down into west side of Ashley County at this current point here. So we're going to get your video up here in just a little bit, Bryce. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to get this up and going for you guys so you guys can see it clear on here. So give me just 1 second. We're going to get this up. At the meantime, we're going to let this loop through so you guys can kind of see what's going on. And like I mentioned before, elsewhere across the state, outside of Mississippi, you do have a couple of confirmed tornadoes in Mississippi now. Outside of that, rest of the natural state, there's not much going on. This is all that's going on down here in Union County at this point. So we're going to let this loop. We're going to go back over to our reflectivity for just a second. You guys are going to see it very closely here. Now, what I'm going to do here, guys, for just a moment, is I'm going to get Bryce's video up on our YouTube. So give me just 1 second, and we're going to get that up for you guys here at this moment here. So maybe just 1 minute. We're going to see if this is going to actually work for me. If it doesn't, then we know what to do at this point. Okay, so let me see here. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can get this up and going. Okay, so at this moment, so take tornado precautions immediately, especially if you're on the west side of El Dorado. Let me see here. We can go over here. Let me see if we can get his video up at this point. And I said before, this is kind of looking at that storm over here. Let me see if I can get over to right here. So that's going to be it. It's going to be coming up here just a second, guys. Bear me for just a little bit. And we're going to get this up and going. So, 1 second here. Make sure you guys are still good. You guys can hear me clear. Okay. Alright. So, for some reason that did not go through. Let me double check on our side over here. Make sure that was the correct file. For some reason it's some reason it didn't go through on our end over here. So give me just 1 second, and we're gonna get this up and going. Okay. All right. So let me see here. See if we can get this up, and it should be playing here just a second. There we go. Okay. All right. There we are. All right. So it's gonna be coming up here in just a second, guys. So before, this is just looking at the storm at this current time here, and we're gonna switch this over. Give me just 1 second. Let me see if I can switch this over to our product over here, and it'll be coming up here just a second. Okay. Now, that's how it's gonna look. Okay. And like so before, this is kind of looking. Thank you, Bryce, for sending this into the weather center. This is looking at the west side of El Dorado at this time here. This is that storm, and you can see how the clouds are kind of rotating within each other. It's kind of very, very hard to see at first because, like I said, with it being such a low precipitation supercell, it's going to be in that one specific area. But you can definitely see, it's going to turn the camera over in just a little bit. Right in there, right there. You can see those clouds kind of moving together in that rotation area. So thank you, Bryce, for sending that in to the weather center. We really do appreciate that. If anyone else can get photos or videos or anything like that up, that'll be very appreciative at this point. Make sure that you're being safe while doing so at this current time here. Okay, so before take your tornado precautions immediately, we're gonna switch this back over to our other product over here, and you guys can see it's clear as day. There's that notch that you're seeing right there going towards the western area. I would heavily suspect that you may have something going on over here. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Let's go over to our coefficient. Fortunately, right now, I said that. Let's see what happens with this. Let's zoom this down, and it's going to be right here at Weston. And let's go over to our rotation indicator. Right there. So if there were to be a tornado, it's going to be right towards the southwest side of El Dorado, southwest side of Newell, and it's going to go towards the western area, towards highway, towards the Junction City area, excuse me. So take your tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to any outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point here, okay? So just making sure, let's go back over to our velocity scan real fast, and what we're going to do is we're going to show you guys what Bryce is seeing right now, you know, kind of the 3D view on what we're looking at here, looking at the southern side of the storm here. And first of all, this is a very tall storm. I mean, this storm is way up in the atmosphere at this current time. Let's see if we can switch this over to our other product here. There we go. Okay, so at this moment, just looking at the structure of this storm, I don't see a defined wall cloud with this as I did earlier on. What I mean by that is we'll have to watch it. You can see over the last couple of scans how the storm has really started to grow, going into that 40,000 foot range. Very, very tall storm. I'm pretty sure if you're on that southeast side of El Dorado, looking at this from Junction City, you're probably getting what looks like a mushroom cloud type view at this point, looking at it from the south and east side of it, because you can see a very, very tall storm at this point. So make sure that if you're in the path of this, take your tornado precautions immediately. That's the biggest thing I want to stress to you guys right now. Now, let's go take a look at the other storm over here. Not to forget anybody over here in the east side of Union County at this current time. Take a look at these storms down over here. And this one in here, I would say, just based off of the presentation, looks a little bit better than the one on the west side as of now. We're going to see what ends up happening. These storms are kind of fighting for the same attention at this current time here, okay? So definitely have that structure. We'll have to watch that southwest side over here. You can see and see if we can draw this out for you guys over here. Give me just 1 second, okay? So definitely going to have to watch that side over here and see if I can get this right here. Perfect. Okay, so it's going to be right in here where you have that area of rotation. You're going to have to keep an eye on that because that's going to be on its southwest side, and that's where you're going to have to watch that tornado potential. This is on the east side of El Dorado. This is kind of a visual looking at the east side at this current point. We have a new tornado warning that's going to go. Give me 1 second. Thank you, Dustin, for sending that in. New tornado warning in place. Give me just 1 second here. Let me go over to our new product here. And there's the new tornado warning. It's going to go for Junction City. So basically, what we've been talking about, new tornado warning for Junction City now. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to unity outside as possible and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point here. So we now have a new tornado warning in place now. That's going to go for Johnson City. Same thing we've been preaching for the last 20 to 25 minutes. If you're in Johnson City, you need to be taking shelter immediately. And this is going to continue to move into northern Louisiana. So Johnson City, you've got about 25 minutes. Seek your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to uni outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. There's the specific timing, right around that 8:53 time frame for Johnson City. And then Spearsville, a little bit out to the top of the hour here at this point. Let's take a look at this storm as well. Let's put a track. I'm going to take it at the same range, right around 30 miles per hour. So Pheasanthaul is going to be coming at you a little bit after 9 o'clock. Huddock, same thing for you. East side of Union County, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to uni outside as possible. And get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. Stormy Prim. She's one of my good friends down here in southern Arkansas. I'm going to get your photo up. Very, very beautiful structure of this storm here. And this is what I was talking to you guys about. You guys saw this on the 3D view just a second ago. Very beautiful structure of this. This is going to come from Stormy. I'm going to get this up here in just a second. Like I said, guys, if y'all are being safe, we really appreciate y'all sending these photos and videos in at this point. It really means a lot to us here at Arkansas Weather Watchers. So give me just 1 second, and we're going to show you guys that at this point here. There it is. I mean, there's the structure at this point. See if we can make this a little bigger for you guys. Give me just 1 second. Make this a little bigger for you guys so you guys can see. Right in here. That is a very, very beautiful structure, Stormy. And I do believe this is going to be on the north side of the storm at this point. I believe that's going to be, if my memory is correct, that's going to be Northland. That's going to be over here on the east side. It's going to be the east side looking north. So basically, I believe I'm going to say you're on 82 right now, kind of looking northbound, or on 275 looking northbound at the storm. Very, very beautiful structure. You can see the storm going up in the atmosphere. Those whispery clouds kind of means that there is some capping inversion. And you can see at the very top, and I can show you guys this real quickly as well. This is where you're going to have to watch for these storms to really start to intensify more and more and more and more. And see if I can go with my rotation here, okay? You kind of disappeared on me for a second. There you go. All right. So it's going to be right up here. And you can see right up there where their storms are starting to punch through that cap. And that's where you're having these storms intensify. They're starting to rotate, and that's where you're having the ongoing tornado here. So once again, Stormy Prim, I really do appreciate you sending this into the Weather Center. If you guys have any photos, videos, etc., always send them in. It really helps us out, especially with live storm coverage like this. So to repeat, 2 tornado warnings on the board. One is just south of El Dorado at this time. El Dorado, I'm going to give you the all clear. However, if you're planning on traveling to Johnson City right now, or you're trying to go east towards Crossett, hold your horses. Stay where you are. Hang out in El Dorado until these storms pass through, and then resume it. If you have to do it as an absolute emergency, you need to find a gas station or a grocery store or anything like that to seek shelter. Strong, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Also towards Crossett and towards Huddock, take your tornado precautions immediately as well here. So, like I said before, guys, like I said, I appreciate y'all seeing these photos and videos, and we're getting a lot of them in at this point. I am getting some of my personal at this time. Let me see if I can switch this over to my personal real quickly here. And I got a good friend of mine down there in Three Creeks. He's just sent me a photo. I'm gonna get that up for him here in just a little bit. But guys, like I said before, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to uni outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at the current time here. So, wow, thank you. This is Mackie. He's one of my good friends down here in the El Dorado area. He just sent me an awesome photo of the storm near Three Creeks at this point. We're gonna get that up for you guys here just shortly here. So, definitely an intense storm with this. Take your tornado precautions. That's the biggest thing I'm going to tell you guys, especially in Johnson City. If you're in downtown Johnson City right now, you definitely need to be seeking shelter immediately here. And I think it's already uploaded on here. So we're going to show you guys this. So this is in Three Creeks, by the way. Thank you, Mackie, for sending this in. He's one of my great friends down there at El Dorado here. And there's the storm right there, guys. Very, very intense storm. And you can see even some cases where you see a lowering right there with that storm. So very awesome photo. Thank you for sending this in. But you can definitely see that lowering coming in with the storm. So like I said, folks, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. Mackie, thank you so much for sending that in to the weather. So I hope you and your wife are doing great down there in El Dorado. They were great friends of mine down there in Union County at this current time here. So let me see here. Looking at these two storms here. We'll go over to the rotation indicator real fast. And there it is. I mean, same thing we've been preaching about for the last 20 to 30 minutes. Both areas are basically fighting to see which one is going to be the dominant storm. Right now, it's kind of flipped between it's going to be the Junction City storm or it's going to be the one going towards the Huddock area. Both storms are dangerous. Both storms are capable of producing tornadoes. So you need to take your tornado precautions immediately if you know anyone in these areas here. Justin, if you could do me a favor, while I'm focused down here in southern Arkansas, let's make sure everywhere else across the state is good. I think for the most part, I haven't seen any additional alerts or anything like that, but just make sure you keep me updated with that. I really appreciate it as well. So just looking at this at the time, tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately here at this point here. So give me just 1 second. All right. Just texting back my family down there, just making sure they're good. They live in El Dorado, and we are good to go at this point here. Okay, so we're going to watch this closely, guys. So before, this is what we've got. We've got two areas of distinct rotation. That's going to be down there just to the south of El Dorado and just to the east of El Dorado. If you're in downtown El Dorado right now, you're watching this live stream, I want to reassure you guys that we are okay in El Dorado. Okay, that's to my family, my friends down there, very personal friend of mine's down there in El Dorado. We're good. We are very, very good down there in El Dorado. Now, if you're planning on traveling, you're going on east on the 82, or you're going to 167 down to Junction City, hold your horses. Stay where you are. Let these storms pass, and then resume your travel plans. That's the biggest thing I want to urge right now at this point. Now, cross it. I'm going to say at this moment, unless, and I'm starting to see this, that these storms are starting to split from each other. They were once aligned, now they're starting to split away. If you start seeing these storms split, then what's going to end up happening is you're going to have two very intense supercells that are going to develop, and it's going to make a run for the Farmerville area towards Bastrop, and they may try to make a run for the Crossett area. So watch it closely. Right now, if you're in 82, I would not advise any traveling. I would definitely be trying to find a gas station or a grocery store or anything like that to seek your tornado precautions immediately here. I would not be traveling at this point. Downtown El Dorado, the rain is starting to let up. You're good. I want to reassure my folks at El Dorado that you're going to be good to go. But Junction City, Strong, Huddock, Crossett, take your tornado precautions immediately at this point here. Okay, so like I said before, our inbox is flooding in with photos at this time here. Wow, this is coming in from Smackover. Thank you, Crystal King, for sending this in. We're gonna get you guys that photo up on YouTube. Oh, no, on YouTube, on there here just shortly. But these are what we call mammatus clouds, and mammatus clouds are seen with an intense supercell or supercells that are growing and growing and growing in strength. So I believe that one was in, this was a Smackover. So she's looking from the north, looking south to these storms at this point. We're going to show you guys this on air. And there it is, guys. I mean, very beautiful structure. I'm going to shrink this down just a nudge so it doesn't take up half the screen. But right in here, guys, you can see the very, very beautiful structure. Very beautiful scenery. With the mammatus clouds, there's going to be the storms looking south. She's in Smackover. She's in Smackover, looking south to these supercells at this point. And I do believe that one in particular is probably going to be the one near Junction City right now. That one is probably the most intense one outside of the one over here towards Strong. Unless these storms are seen splitting, then what's going to end up happening is the southern storm over here towards Junction City is going to become the dominant. And if that happens, you're going to have a pretty intense supercell go through the Junction City area within the next, I'd say, 20 to 25 minutes here. So very beautiful photo coming in. Thank you so much, Crystal, for sending that in. Like I said before, folks, if y'all have any photos, videos, etc., it really means a lot to us for sending that in. That way we get a perspective of what these storms look like at the current time here, okay? So Just double checking everything at the current point. Sirens are now going off in Warren for the great reason. They needed them going off. New tornado warning. That does include Junction City. So before that's going to go until 9 o'clock this evening here. Moving southeast at 30 miles per hour. Let's get a track on the storm here, and there it is right there. And you can see this storm is becoming very, very, very strong at this current time here. So this is going to go for Junction City, Spearsville, and Lindley. That is just outside of our coverage area. That's going to be across the Louisiana border into northern Louisiana, but that's going to go right there on 167. So if you're trying to travel on 167 right now, coming from either Farmerville or the Bernice area, moving into El Dorado, you need to stop where you are, find a gas station, find a grocery store, something like that, and seek shelter in this area here, guys. I want to stress that at this point, you don't need to be traveling right now. We also have that other tornado warning storm. Let's go over to our rotation indicator at this point. Like I mentioned before, and I'm going to clear this up for you guys here. And there it is. It's just got cleared up, and there it is. Okay, so area of rotation just to the northwest of Junction City. We also have another one just to the north of Strong at this point. The Strong one, as it appears to me, is starting to take a decline, while the Junction City one is starting to increase more and more and more and more. So we're going to have to see what ends up happening. You may either see a split of these storms, and these two areas of rotation end up becoming pretty strong because you do have the environment in place for a few tornadoes. A couple of these tornadoes could be intense. Also, what could end up happening is the southern storm over here could absorb the one to the north and east and become one big supercell that goes through the Junction City area. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, folks. Like I said before, I do appreciate you guys for coming in and stuff like that and sending those photos and videos in at this current time here. Give me just 1 second. Let me double check something real fast here. And no. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. I was just making sure that we were good in terms of our other computer being plugged in. So this is going to be from smack overlooking in, wow, very beautiful structure coming in. This is from Raquel Garcia. She is in the smack over area. Once again, getting some beautiful photos in, guys. I appreciate y'all for sending this in. And we're going to get this up on the air here just shortly. But the biggest thing I want to stress to you guys right now is take your tornado precautions immediately here. And you're looking at these storms in the smack over area. You're looking at it from the north, looking south, and you're probably getting the most stunning view that you've probably ever seen. But in Junction City, you can definitely see where this is trying to go. Mackie, he's talking to me right now. Definitely trying to get going at this point. Also, I'm going to take a look at this at this time here. That's going to be, oh, wow, there it is. So we're going to watch this one now. I do see a CC drop now. That's going to be the one just to the north of Strong at this point. We're going to take a look at this at this time here. And let's go over to our rotation indicator at this point. And there it is. There's an area of rotation. Very, very strong area of rotation at this point. I wouldn't be shocked if we had a brief tornado just to the east of 275 at the current time here. So I'm fully anticipating an additional tornado warning to get issued. That's going to be for our folks over here along 82 in the Huddock area, along east side of Union County, west side of Ashley County at this current time here. We're going to zoom this out. So you have two tornado warnings in place right now. One on the east side of El Dorado, one on the southern side of El Dorado. El Dorado is perfectly fine. I want to stress that. Callion, you're good. Smackover, you're perfectly fine as well. However, for our folks in Junction City, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point here. Okay, so new tornado warning. I know that was from the 930 area. Give me just 1 second here. So yeah, definitely, it's trying to form. It is trying to form. Junction City, you need to be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Now we have a new tornado warning over here. I'm going to show you guys that's going to be for East Central Union County. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Morro Bay State Park, or 14 miles northwest of Huddock, moving east at 20 miles per hour. Now, I would say cross it. I would keep an eye on the storm, because the storm is now starting to make that east-southeast jog, and we're gonna take this as moving about 20 miles per hour. So that's going to be it. So cross it right around that 9:30 time frame. Cross it and rest cross it. You need to go ahead and take your tornado precautions just to be on the safe side here. And also, like I mentioned before, we're not only focused on this one, but we're also focused on the other one over here towards Johnson City. This one right in here, where you had this strong area of rotation here, moving, I will say, moving southeast now at about 30 miles per hour. So Johnson City, you need to take your tornado precautions right now. You need to get down, get into the lowest part of your home, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I do realize there's a lot of mobile homes out here as well. If you can, while you have the time, try to find a gas station, try to find a grocery store somewhere close by, and get there as quickly as possible. If it is more than 20 minutes away, then what I want you to do is find a mattress, find a helmet, find something to protect yourself from potential flying debris if this thing were to touch down. So, Johnson City, you definitely need to take your tornado precautions immediately. West Prosser, and any areas along 82, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately as well. Get away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. But I want to reassure my friends and family down there in El Dorado, in downtown El Dorado, you are good to go. You are going to be fine. However, do not travel on 167, and do not travel going eastbound on 82 right now. Take your tornado precautions immediately, folks. I want to stress that at this current time here, okay? So, I'm getting a lot of photos and videos in at this point. This one is going to come from, this one is from El Dorado, and I'm going to take a look at this. And right now, so for downtown El Dorado, you are good. You had the storm move over earlier on. Let's take a look at this from Valerie, and we're going to look at this real quickly here. And that one's going to be from the southeast direction of the Columbia County storm. So that's going to be this one going towards Johnson City at this current time. Let's see here. Jordan Baswell, he's one of my great friends down there in Southern Arkansas. He's going to be sending me a photo and video coming up here in just a little bit as well here, guys. So thank y'all so much for sending these photos and videos in. It really helps us out, especially during severe weather coverage like this, because it gives us a perspective on what we're looking at on radar and what we're looking at in the skies at this time here. So right now, just looking at everything at this point, Johnson City, you definitely need to be seeking shelter immediately. Let's take a look at the debris indicator at this current time. And I was saying, just from the newest scan, it does appear that what was called that CC drop over here, it did go away for a brief period of time. I think you may have had a brief touchdown over here and just to the east of 275 at this point. We're going to continue to monitor the Johnson City one, because the Johnson City one definitely is exhibiting a lot of rotation at this time. Let's go back over to our other product at this point, and we're going to take a look at this. Okay, so this one is going to be, this is the Shreveport's radar. I don't want to use Little Rock, so we're going to go over to this. Give me just 1 second, and it's going to be right here. Okay, so there's going to be your storms right through here near the western area, and that's going to go right for Johnson City. So if you know any one of these areas that need to take their tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to you on the outside as possible, get the lowest area of your home immediately here at this point here. So give me just 1 second. Let me talk to a few people here. I got a lot of people trying to contact me right now. Like I said, 4 folks were just watching everything very closely at this point. So here, thank you so much, Dustin, for getting that at the time here. So here, looking at everything right now. Right now, we're good to go. Okay. So that's what we got at this point here. Now we have a new tornado warning. A tornado now has been confirmed. A damaging tornado, radar confirmed tornado now for southwestern Bradley County along the Union County and Bradley County area. So now a confirmed tornado was located 7 miles north of Lapio or 12 miles northwest of Hutton, moving southeast at 15 miles per hour. So now we have a damaging tornado. Radar confirmed tornado at this point. This is going to include mainly rural areas over here in Bradley County. So repeat, a tornado is on the ground. Take cover now. Move into a basement or an interior room in the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you're outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, you need to get to a close substantial area and protect yourself from flying debris at this point. So as I said before, folks, we now have a radar confirmed tornado over here. At this time, let's switch back over to our other product at this point. And give me just 1 second. Let me switch this over at this time here. And we're going to go over here. And there it is, folks. Okay, so before, a tornado has been confirmed. We now have a confirmed tornado with the storm here. So a confirmed tornado was located 12 miles northwest of Hutton, moving southeast now at 15 miles per hour here. So we're going to go over to our rotation indicator. Derek, thank you so much for letting me know about this. Like I said before, I do believe you had a CC drop over here for just a little bit, and we're going to take this and we'll put it about 15 miles per hour. Actually, matter of fact, let's go 20. I know the warning's for 15, but let's go 20 to kind of give you guys a heads up. Let's cross it. Cross it. Take the time now to take your tornado precautions immediately, okay? This is a radar-confirmed tornado. That means a tornado is likely on the ground. If you are on 82 right now between Strong and Crossett, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately at this point. Do not travel. If you're in Strong right now, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. I know you're not in the tornado warning polygon, but take your tornado precautions now if you're on 82 or you're on the western side of the Ashley County area. Let's take a look over here as well, and this one is concerning me at this point. Mackie, he was telling me earlier on, this one is really trying to get going. You can see how the colors have gone from the light green to now starting to show a little bit of blue. Very, very bright green to a blue now. So that means the storm is rotating very, very, very strongly. So we're going to have to watch this closely. That's going to be on the west and northwest side of Junction City at this current time here. So, folks, very active situation going on down here in Union County at this current time, like I mentioned before. We are here keeping you guys updated on the latest information. This does not include any areas in Central Arkansas, North Arkansas, anything like that. This is for strictly our folks in Southern Arkansas at this point. We'll have 2 tornado warnings on the board. These 2 tornado warnings are going to take full priority for us here at Arkansas Weather Watchers at the current time. No other thunderstorms are ongoing. I have an entire team making sure that they're keeping me aware of any situations going on across Central or Northern or anything like that. But right now, we have 2 tornado warnings on the board. Johnson City, I would definitely get down. I would definitely take your tornado precautions right now. Get away from windows, put as many walls to uni outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home now. I cannot stress that enough at this point. This is what we call our gate-to-gate shear. Basically, what this is really helps us kind of determine where the tornado is, where is it located at this point. And you can definitely see, just kind of, let me see if I can tilt this, so you guys kind of get a perspective of both storms right now. Definitely the one up here in southwestern Bradley County. That one is definitely on the ground. That one is definitely on the ground because you can see where your blue and red are kind of indicative right at this point. The one towards Johnson City, I would definitely be taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to uni outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. So let's do this. There's your area of rotation right there. That's going to be just to the southwest of Hermitage. Way to the east of El Dorado. El Dorado, you're good. I want to make this perfectly clear. You're good to go in El Dorado. I want to make this clear. However, Johnson City, Strong, Hudett, Crossett, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. You need to be getting into that lowest point of your home and getting away from windows and put as many walls to uni outside as possible here. So this one is just to the northwest of Johnson City. This one is oh wow, this is a very, very beautiful, very, very pronounced structure. Looking at the storm from the northwest side of Johnson City here. So Engel, I hope I didn't butcher that name. I appreciate you sending this in. This is giving us a viewpoint of what the tornado looks like, the tornado warning looks like on the northwest side of Johnson City. So we're going to get this up for you guys coming up here in just a second here. Bear with me for just a little bit. It's going to take a little bit of time to come up on our side over here. But definitely showing that area of rotation here. And looking at the Callion storm as well here. Sarah, thank you for sending this in as well. Definitely showing a brief area of rotation. Callion is going to be up here. So if you're looking on the east and southeast side of things, you can definitely see that area of rotation that's maybe been taken a little bit earlier on. So we're going to save this as well, and we're going to get this up for you guys. Like I said before, I really do appreciate y'all sending this in. It really helps us out in terms of getting this on air and everything like that here. So give me just 1 second, and what we're going to do is we're going to switch this over, and I believe that is the wrong one. We're going to switch this over to this one. Okay, so it's not loaded up just yet. However, we're going to show you guys this. Okay, so this is in Callion at this point, and you can definitely see the lowering. The lowering was definitely there. That was probably taken just about 20-ish minutes ago while the storm was close to the Callion area. So definitely, folks, take tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to uni outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately. Sarah Walker, I appreciate you so much for sending that in. at this point. And I'm going to get your video up here in just a little bit here. So let me see here. Should be coming up here just shortly here. So give me just 1 second. Should be coming up here just a second. And give me just one second here. See if I can switch this over. Okay. And should be coming up here in just a little bit. If not, then we'll get it up in just a little bit. Okay. So it's going to take a little bit of time for that one to come up. So in the meantime, so before folks take tornado precautions immediately, get away from windows, put as many walls to unit outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point here. Okay, so there's your gate-to-gate shear at this point. Definitely right there on Highway 15. Definitely indicative of seeing that potential rotation at the time. For some reason, this one is not wanting to work for me over here. So what we're gonna do is 1 second. We're gonna see what's going on over here, and give me just 1 second. There it is. So it should be up, and it should be uploaded by now. If not, then what we're gonna do is, okay, so it's upload on our side over here, and we're gonna do this. So give me just 1 second. Let me see what the issue is over here, and we're gonna take this down. Okay, so give me just 1 second. See if I can take it down for just a moment. Okay. All right. So it should be coming up here in just a little bit. Let me see if I can do this real fast here. It's gonna be coming up here in just a little bit. Okay. All right. Trying to get that video up. If you're trying to wonder what I'm doing, trying to get that video up northwest side of Junction City. At this point, for some reason, it's not wanting to cooperate with me. At this point. So give me just 1 second to take this down. And we're gonna go here. I'm gonna let you guys see this just a little bit as well. That's gonna be your debris indicator. Let's go over to your back to your radar real fast here. So folks in this area, definitely take your tornado precautions immediately. We're gonna draw a track. Gonna go right through here, moving at about 30 miles per hour. So Junction City definitely seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls to unit outside as possible, and get to the lowest area of your home immediately at this point. Okay, so it's got a odd error. Let me see here. Give me just 1 second, guys. I'm gonna get this up so you guys can see this, because this is a visual on what we're looking at with this storm here. So give me just 1 second here. Let's see if we can get this up, and it's gonna be right in here. Okay, so there it is. All right, so now we have it up. Okay, and give me just 1 second, guys. I'm gonna show you guys this here in just a little bit. Okay. All right. So now what you guys are seeing here, this is with the storm. Now you have a whole severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible. I'm gonna get to that here in just a little bit. Now what you guys are seeing here is looking at the storm coming into Junction City. This is the area of concern right through here, and you can see very broad structure, very lowering, big time lowering with the storm, and definitely a wall cloud with the storm as well here. So I really do appreciate you guys for sending this in. This is the type of video, if you could do it safely, we would like to see.
It looks like it's coming our way towards Eldo, so
from the storm, looking at it in a different perspective.
Pull up some so I can get it.
So before folks, we're going to continue to monitor the situation very closely. Thank y'all for sending this in. At this current time, we're going to go right back to our radar. Give me just 1 second here. Give me 1 second to get this video off the screen at this point. We're going to go back over to our radar, and this is what we've got. Okay, and this one over here, take a look at this at this point. All right, so definitely at this point here, yeah, and I do agree there. There's a lot of river camps down here with limited service. People need to be calling immediately, especially down here, because I know there's a lot of Father's Day plans going on and everything like that. Derek, so much for letting me know about that. But there's a lot of river camps, there's a lot of people camping down here, a lot of outdoor activities and stuff like that with limited service. If at all possible, can you get in contact with them? Get in contact with them, tell them what's going on, and let them know of the situation at this point. I'm fully anticipating that there's going to be an extension of this tornado warning that's going to go into western Ashley County within the next, I'd say, 15 to 20 minutes here. So cross it, Highway 82. Definitely take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls to unit outside as possible. And get to the lowest area of your home immediately here. I cannot stress that enough at this current point here. So give me just 1 second here. Now we have a damaging tornado, and that was from earlier on. We see we have a new update with this one here. So a severe storm keep producing tornadoes. Okay, more racer apart. That was earlier on as well. And then we have the other one over here near Johnson City. Severe storm keep producing a tornado was located near Weston or 9 miles northwest of Johnson City, moving southeast now at 30 miles per hour here. So Johnson City, you definitely need to be taking your tornado precautions. We've been stressing this for the last 30 minutes or so, guys. So definitely need to be seeking shelter immediately, guys. I'm just taking a look at everything at this point. Looking at everything I said before, I'm getting a lot of photos and videos in at this time here. And that's going to be on a strong highway at the time. Let me see here. And as I said before, I appreciate y'all for seeing this in. I really do. But I want you guys to be safe while doing it. Okay, I really want you guys to be safe while taking these photos and videos. And we're gonna, if we don't get it up on there, we're definitely going to get up on the Facebook side of things once these tornado warnings have been allowed to expire here. So just double checking everything at this point. Checking everything at this time. Let me see here. Take a look at our Discord for just a little bit. Make sure we don't have any confirmed reports coming in at this current time here. Okay, so let's see here. That's going to be Let me see. Do we have any public reports? No, we don't have any public reports coming in at this point from that area, except for the ones that we're getting coming into our personal inbox at the time here. So Jennifer, let's see here. Looking at the storm, and this one is going to be in Lawson now. Looking southbound at this point. And like I said, folks, you got to be very careful looking at this stuff. And if you're being careful, you can get at a safe distance. We really do appreciate y'all for taking this stuff in. Give me just 1 second here. Let me get this up and going for you guys here. So that's going to be coming up here in just a little bit. We're going to show those photos and videos here in a little bit, guys. But to repeat, tornado warning, Johnson City, take tornado precautions, cross it. You definitely need to be in a safe place at this point. If you know anybody that is camping, a lot of river camps and stuff ongoing down here, definitely need to be seeking shelter at the current time here, okay? So, looking at the rotation at this point, I don't know how I trust this because this is kind of in a, what we call a radar loss zone. This is right here in Shreveport, Little Rock, and then you have Jackson to the east. I don't know if I trust that this rotation just died off that fast. However, we're going to have to watch it closely, guys. So regardless, tornado warning still remains in effect at the time. These storms are going to continue to move off towards the east and into Mississippi at this point here. And I fully anticipate Arkansas being done with this relatively soon here. So I do believe they dropped a tornado warning for Johnson City. Now, I don't necessarily agree with the tornado warning being dropped. This is something that we're going to continue to follow. The severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, is still there. However, what we're going to do here at Arkansas Weather Watchers, we're going to still say that there's still a tornado warning. We still need you guys to seek shelter because I don't trust the returns that I'm seeing on radar. I'm not trusting that at this point. So, still tornado possible. Johnson City, stay where you are. Hunker down, stay where you are if you're in Johnson City at this point. I want to stress that to you guys at the third time here. If you're in this area, you need to definitely hunker down and take your tornado precautions immediately here. So, the Bradley County one has been dropped. There's only one tornado warning on the board. I'm going to let these storms get out of Arkansas before I get off the live stream. Just from a personal standpoint, I don't feel comfortable letting everything go just because the tornado warnings are gone. So we're going to still continue to monitor the storm very closely. Johnson City, stay where you are. Take your tornado precautions. Let this storm pass over you. The storm does have a history of producing wall clouds over here along the 82 area. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. And also the potential. Let's take a look at this as well. This is going to be your gust potential upwards to 60 to 70 mile per hour winds coming into Johnson City and into western Ashland County at this current time here. So just taking a look at the inbox real fast here. We got one. Wow. Let me take a look at this video before we post it at this point. This one is going to be, we're working on getting a location of this at this time here. Very beautiful scene coming in from these storms. I know for those in El Dorado and Smackover, you're getting the visual of your lifetime right now from these storms. But in Johnson City, you guys are seeing the storm for itself here. But on the north side of the storm, you're getting the Mattis clouds, the sunset, and everything like that from the supercell kind of passing through the area here. So, like I said before, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from window. windows, put as many walls to unity outside as possible. Get to the lowest area of your home immediately at turn pointing. Okay, so let me see here. Shreveport took it over with tornado possible for that one at Junction City at this current time here. So I don't necessarily, I do agree that tornado possible still needs to be remaining in effect. That tornado warning is going to go until 9:30. We'll see. I don't know if they're going to continue that or not. Let's switch this over to our other product real fast here. And I do see how that rotation just died off. I mean, it just completely died off. But the one in Junction City is still going. That one is still going, and that's why I'm still live right now to kind of give you guys that heads up. So Junction City, Somerville, Springville, and also Junction City, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. All tornado warnings have been dropped off the board. We're going to let this one continue. I'm going to let the live stream continue at this point here. And you can see, just look at there. You see how that rotation just kind of went through. I wouldn't be surprised they try to reissue one down here in Louisiana. But right now, I'm still going to continue to monitor the storm. Junction City, you need to stay where you are. Continue to monitor the progression of the storm. What we're going to do here, guys, while we're monitoring these storms here in Junction City and in southern Arkansas, we are going to get some photos up and show you guys what we're looking at from these storms. So this is coming from Lindsay Taylor. This is going to be on a Cody Road in Parker's Chapel. And wow, like I said, guys, y'all are doing some amazing work with this photography and everything, seeing this in while maintaining being safe. And that's the biggest thing we want to stress to you guys right now is make sure you're safe while doing this. And we're going to get this up for you guys here just shortly. At this point, just double checking our inboxes right now at the time here. Lindsay, thank you so much for sharing this. That's going to be coming from Parker's Chapel, from that storm right there. That storm that's in Junction City at this point. We're going to switch this over, and there it is, guys. Okay, and you can definitely see pretty good description of what this storm is capable of doing. You've got the lowering, you've got the wall cloud in place. Like I said before, right now, I do believe this is it's starting to become more of a damage wind threat, but I'm going to watch that area of rotation. There could have been a brief tornado near that 82 area and also near the Junction City area here. So I do appreciate you, Lindsay, for sending this into the Weather Center at this current time here, guys. So we're going to switch back over to our radar real fast here. Let's go to the other radar for just a little bit. And there's the storm. And so before all tornado warnings have been dropped at this point. Let me see. That's going to be the Gadsden, Maine. The Gadsden, Maine Baptist Church. They just sent us a video coming from El Dorado here. Let's take a look at that. I'm going to get this up here just shortly here. So maybe for just a minute. We're going to get this up for you guys. It's going to be coming up here in just a little bit. Also, like I said before, guys, I appreciate y'all for sending this in. I'm seeing a lot of inboxes coming in and stuff like that. Our moderators, y'all doing an amazing job keeping up with the inboxes. It's been a long couple of days. All of us are tired here at Arkansas Weather Watchers, but we're going to get through this. We've got this, and we're about to end this severe weather threat for tonight across the state here. So we're going to go over. Give me just 1 second, and we're going to go over to the video real fast here. Give me just 1 second. Let me see, where is it? Where are you? You're somewhere around here. And give me just 1 second. Going to be coming up here in just a little bit. Okay, and I do believe, let me see here, let me double check, make sure that should be coming up here in just a little bit at this point. So let me see something real fast. I do believe that's safe in the right area. Let me make sure that, okay, so that one's still loading up. So it's going to take a second or two for that one to come up. Once that one's up, I'm going to show it. I'll show that to you guys graphically here. So, as I said before, folks, take your tornado precautions immediately. If you're in Junction City, stay where you are at this point. Storms are going over. It's loud. A lot of heavy rainfall. You probably have some hail ongoing. Let's look at the hail size real fast. Hail size is around about 1/4 inch of hail coming in. So, it's going to get loud in Junction City. Going to get hectic for just a little bit. Give it about another 5 to 10 minutes, and then we're going to be good to go across the board here. Okay, so this is what we got at this point. Looking at everything at the same time. And this is what we've got, okay? This is what we have at this point, and we're going to zoom this out. Can I show you guys the perspective when we're looking at it, okay? So this is what we have. You can see these storms continue to move out towards the east at this point, and you can see these storms are attached to an outflow boundary right here, coming into northwest Louisiana. These storms are attached to the outflow boundary. That's why that area of rotation is so defined with this, because it's latched to the outflow boundary. And we can take a look at this, you can see, we zoom this down, you can see there's your outflow boundary, and then there's your area of flotation right in here coming into Gordon, Louisiana at this point. So, like I said before, folks, all tornado warnings are dropped at this time here. I'm going to give a statewide view here in just a little bit of what's going on here, but I want to make sure my folks in South Arkansas are good to go. So, Junction City, you should be good to go now. The storm has just passed south of Junction City, so you guys are good. Cross it. At this point, you're good. You're good. The storm has weakened, no longer capable of producing a tornado, and we're good to go. Now, let's take a look at Arkansas as a whole now. Let's take a look at the natural state as a whole. All these storms have developed to the east of Arkansas at the current time, and at this point, I dare say, we may be ending that tornado watch very soon. We're going to keep the live stream up on YouTube just for a little longer. But once we get these storms out of here, we're going to be good to go, guys. Okay, so that's all we have at this point. Junction City, you're good. Cross it, you are good now. And it's going to get loud. It's going to get chaotic down here as well. Before we hop off here, I want to show you guys this video coming out of the El Dorado area at this current time. So bear with me for just a second. We're going to get this up. And I want to show you guys this graphically here in just a little bit. So, let me just 1 second. That's right here. And we're going to go over to, blah, blah, where are you? Where are you? There you are. Okay. So, give me just 1 second, guys. We're going to get this up and going. Let me see here. That one's going to be, okay, right here. We got it. Okay, so that's going to be coming up here in just a little bit. And we're going to play this. And 1 second. Okay. All right. Don't need it taking up half the screen here. We need to do it just like this. Okay. And you guys are going to see a visual on what this looked like. This is from El Dorado, by the way. Okay. And we're going to transition this over. You guys are going to see this. This is from El Dorado. Thank you so much. I hope I didn't butcher that name up. The Gaspar Bain Baptist Church in El Dorado. Thank you so much for sending this in. Very beautiful structure of this storm here as a storm chaser perspective. Forecast perspective, this is probably a nightmare for our folks in El Dorado. But a very beautiful structure of this storm here. You can see just a wide view. You can see the Mattis clouds right there as well. The positive lightning strikes with the storm. This is just looking from El Dorado, looking south to the storm's ongoing in Junction City and kind of pushing through the area at this current time here. Okay, so the severe thunderstorm warning is going to remain in effect to 9:45 for Union County. That one is done. That severe thunderstorm has now fully moved into North Louisiana and is out of our coverage area. So that's going to be the biggest thing at this point. We're going to go ahead and switch it back over to the YouTube's coverage here, but I wanted to show you guys this first before we hopped off of here, guys. Very, very beautiful structure from the storm in the El Dorado area at this point. Thank you so much for sending this in, and thank y'all so much for sending those photos and videos in. It really does make a big difference whenever we are trying to do live streaming and also trying to keep up with what's going on the floor here. Okay, so that's all I got for you guys right now. YouTube, the live stream is going to continue. Facebook, radar updates as needed. It's going to continue as well. You need urgent information, we're going to be here live, and we're going to continue to keep you guys updated right here in your source for all things Arkansas weather.